should probably change that screen to the welcome screen, not the closing screen.
You
Mods are
gotta do
real
gods and
important.
kings,
No, you're right. You're right.
or else
Can't be
it'll
wrong.
it'll scream.
Turn off the brave new world.
Everything would be real wrong. A lot of
Didn't
the
didn't you say there was a refresh button to see who was in the chat? I see no such thing.
yeah, it's in the top right. There's like some arrows. It does it.
I don't have any arrows.
I don't. I'm not even looking at Twitch right now.
I was just curious because I was on there and I remember us talking about that.
Let me.
Give me a second. That's what I see.
Industry. And whose turn was it?
Probably
I don't remember.
mine. We usually end on my turn.
Yeah, looks like it. And we will get the screen up. Maybe. Hotkeys, are you being dumb again? There. Yay, now we're up. Alright. Octavius Cutler, it's your turn.
Oh, it's fine. I'm hearing so many versions of us all.
Listen to the chorus.
Okay. So the refreshing. So at the bottom of the chat, when you go into the mod version,
So
when
you're
you do that,
looking
then
at
the
it in
refresh
mod
button's
version. I see.
yeah,
now.
you click that, and then there's a refresh button.
Okay.
I would gone mad. It's like, what was I pressing all those times? So I think I'm gonna start fortifying. Oh yeah, I remember you guys were having discussions, and I needed to get involved just in case the discussions needed to involve me.
I don't remember any kind of tension or anything like that, so I think we're all
Are we sure? Because you're still kind of around my land.
good. I'm around my land. Excuse you.
No. No. We went for so long and everything was fine, and then you started getting real close to me. Don't push me. Don't push me. I'm close to the edge.
Don't stand so close to me.
You know, it's just real hard whenever your home islands are right next to each other. There's a lot of friction.
Don't worry about it. I'm just making a lot of submarines.
I think I will also be making some submarines.
What's with all this random armament?
As everyone's like,
Random.
Last
I
I checked,
I need more stuff.
last I checked, we were all in agreement that we would share the world together.
I don't remember ever.
I did not sign such a document. You could not find my signature on such a document.
I don't know. I just kind of felt it as like a common pact, you know? Not necessarily like an official thing, but like more of a social contract.
You certainly felt that.
Look how much of the map I've discovered. I pretty much know it all, except for this little bit right here.
Yeah.
I imagine my lands are like fucking North Korea to you people. No one gets in and no one gets out.
Kinda. You have a whole upper ocean to yourself.
It's real nice. It's a whole front I don't have to worry about. Surprised that city-state nation down there has been going for so long.
It's because all of us are to the point to where if we attack even one of them, it'll cause a huge war.
They are
That's-
also very on edge.
That's why that they still exist.
It's almost
My
like
net.
it's almost like they're afraid or something.
I can't imagine why.
Kind of like the world's on edge, you might say.
There's a luxury resource down here that I don't have.
Oh,
Ooh.
Grab it! Grab it now! It's in the army.
send the army, send the navy.
It's in the navy. They have furs. Steal it from them.
Whatever happened to the Mid-Atlantic accent? Like, why did it go away?
Like, it was just, you know, basically bad, really.
I suppose.
What was I doing with you?
Because it was only popularized around the turn of the century, like from the 1880s to like the 1940s, 50s-ish, wasn't it?
It was because, like, back then it was associated, if you had, like, a British accent, you were, like, you know, showed that you were even educated. But that's not our accent. And so people started, like, taking some of the mannerisms of a British accent and applying it to the nondescript American accent, and that's what created it. And over time, people cared less and less about being seen as educated and elite, and so it just sort of faded out on its own.
Interesting. You know, for such a peaceful situation, you have a lot of ships surrounding my ship over there.
It's a very peaceful situation.
It's completely peaceful. Like, I am merely responding to a threat to myself that came up.
I don't know what
It didn't
threat
have to happen. Well, you see, there didn't used to be an entire fleet right on top of my capital. And I also didn't used to be surrounded by these couple other guys that I do in fact still see. They've moved away from here, but I do see that they are still in fact there.
I feel as though it is perfectly reasonable for me to keep an eye on waters that could become hostile at any moment, you see.
We're gonna get to a point.
I'm sure you feel that.
We're gonna get to a point to where encrypted communications are going to be sent to each other via Discord directly.
It's like, oh, it's gotten dark. I'm scared.
It just takes one person to light a match.
I know, I'm scared.
The Iron Curtain's descending, boys.
Don't light the match. Just don't do it. If you don't do it, then everybody's fine.
I like my
Move
wars
my
nice
far
and
western
cold.
fleet to my frontier so that in case something pops off, they're within the vicinity.
I like my wars nice and cold. Chill.
Like I said, I'm neutral unless I'm not.
Until suddenly you're not at all. Until
won't
out
be
of nowhere, you're not neutral in the slightest.
I won't be involved in the early bits.
The
But
early
then
bits
I'm
of what?
sure. I'm sure.
But the early bits of what?
Don't worry about it. I'm sure that one of you or both of you will do things that would make me have to act. I'm sure that Jordan would ratchet up the arms race more, and
I'm just surrounding my own land, and that's all I'm doing.
Peacefully.
and if any of you got close to any of the two capitals you both own,
I'm just being peaceful.
We're all being
like,
peaceful.
I'm
This
the
is a
only
pe-
one
this
who
is
does
a
not
peaceful
own a
situation.
capital that's not my own.
Oh, bah.
It's
You would
like-
if you could.
I didn't take someone out back and shoot them. I haven't done that.
See, but you would if you could.
You don't know that.
I do.
It's like, you cannot prove this.
It's like I can. We are all captains of industry, and so of course we all would absolutely do that.
That is true.
When I take that island to the south, I'm going to have an entire sort of meridian. I'll have from the north all the way to the south along that line there. I'll be lined with cities. Cities and redoubts.
What do you need?
My empire sphere of influence is by far the largest. Like, if you took a pin and like did a circle around our territories that we have marked
Yeah.
off, I reach really far. Man, that scramble area where we all sell stuff in there, we really are just all mixed up over there, huh?
Yep,
little bit.
we are.
I mean, you two can fight over all of this shit, but I'm
You
good
say
with
that,
my-
but you have like 6 cities over there that's within
Uh-huh.
the what I would consider the frontier.
It's fine.
Yeah. Like I'm not even involved over here with my 6 cities.
It's fine. I don't even know what you're talking about. We were gonna do something here. I think we were gonna turn this into a farm. Okay,
You probably shouldn't do that because there are deer there and they
What's
provide
up there?
food.
Was it the lumber mill we were gonna turn into a farm?
Probably.
Excuse me, boys. You're looking real hostile over there with your posturing.
I did not start it.
Everyone's real posturous.
Well, I didn't start it.
Okay.
I had most of my entire navy sort of like in a held back port type position, but I guess I'm gonna have to properly deploy them, put them in
Yeah.
places. Like where they were just like huddled around a port, and now it's like, well,
Okay.
you all need to go out now.
What's happening right now is good, and I approve of what's happening here.
Classic de-escalation.
Mm-hmm.
Just had to keep an eye on things, you know.
I just had to hover my finger over a little button to see what would occur when that hovering happened. Is what you're saying. It's just not pressing anything. You just wanted to see what would happen if you hovered your finger over it.
Just want to test the resolve.
Sometimes
Just
it's
to see.
Sometimes it's just fun to have.
Will they escalate? And the answer is yeah. Oh, they moved their entire fleet to me.
It's like even
entire
someone who
thing.
wasn't involved started moving forces.
I think
No shots, just some moving of ships caused everybody in the world to get real scared. It's moving everybody.
There was a lot of tonnage that shifted all over.
fleet exercises. That's all it was.
That's all. We're just exercising. We're out jogging.
Yeah.
So you guys have your naval tensions, and then meanwhile, William and I are competing over who gets to control Antwerp. That's another potential zone tension.
Yeah. Although
He and I
your
both
guy.
repeatedly are trying to. He's foiled my rigging, and I foiled his rigging at least once.
Yeah.
How's that gonna resolve itself?
That's a good question.
Well,
Are we just gonna keep doing that back and forth?
it depends on who escalates. If one of us throws money at Antwerp or something like that, then the other one would have to retaliate. And if the other one didn't like how that went, then maybe they might just have to seize Antwerp by force.
I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You know?
But so far, there's just been a bit of a cold war over Antwerp, where our spies are like espionaging each other there.
Mercantile gives trade stuff, right? Like they
Yep.
give happiness. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they give money. Warszawa. Antwerpen.
Like baseball bat in hand, it's like, who can I?
Who am I gonna hit?
I like you, Genoa. We'll be friends.
Like I've decided that we are friends now.
We are friends, yes?
It's like I've made that decision.
I'm so glad you agree. Oh, we're already doing things there. Brilliant.
I do want to remind something we agreed on a long time ago, and that is if we were to be at war, if one of us gives the other a proposal, they have to answer it immediately on their turn. And the reason why is because if the AI did that, it just comes up on the screen. Where if the player does it, it doesn't. And you, can end up doing...
suddenly bomb a capital, and then it's like, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and that would be a bit bollocks. It would make it so that it would be not to your best interest to request peace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we have to just have an accord where if that happens, you have to look at it immediately and say yay or nay.
That is understandable.
I don't know why they do that on here, where they just like put player messages and hide them.
I don't know, it's weird.
They didn't do
Should
that
just
in
have it
Civ
be like
4.
the same as the regular messages.
I don't think anything's happening here. We're friends.
I've been watching that region. I've been worried about Jordan potentially moving into it.
Well, I suppose it's a good thing that we're friends
That
now.
you are.
I just
You
want
should
things
know
to
that
stay
I've
nice.
been having my intentions. I've been looking at Zurich over there as well. Just so you know. It's gonna get to a point where if we end up fighting we're gonna have city states that we forgot about that we're allied with that'll also be fighting each other.
That suddenly also go to war.
Some nice extra troops. Good manpower. Always good to have.
Could you imagine how terrifying it'd be if military city states were allowed in this scenario where they gift units every now and then?
That would be wonderful and horrifying.
They'd be like on the level of the maritime ones. That's military that's not cutting into your own, whatever the thing is called, the amount you can have.
Yeah.
Do I care to have this city here? I don't think I do. It is a tiny town with no possible way of going.
It can grow off of food or production. So if you put if you put a town on a hill, it will eventually turn into it'll grow eventually.
Oh, I thought it only grew off of food.
Yeah, they do food first, and if there's no food for it to grow off of, they'll take the production off a tile.
We'll eat the planks.
The mod maker described it as selling products to get what they need to grow. So only tiles like desert or tundra would be ones that are just icky and you can't expand them.
Can't wait. I need that real bad. Real bad.
We all gotta have our special buildings. You don't want to be behind.
Can't have that. Especially when that thing's gonna give me a fuckload more gold and that'll solve my problems right now. Still making money, just not nearly as much money as I would like to. Greetings, friend.
Hello.
Care for a nice tall glass of fish juice? It's my people's specialty.
Just some more naval movement happening now.
You
Like
say
if somebody else moves their navy, then you must also move your navy somewhere.
Going through all that salt water, your people must be thirsty. Have a nice glass of fish juice on the house.
Delicious.
It's my people's specialty.
The Vedrians are based off of fucking Sweden, so they have surströmming.
It's like, we let the fish rot for 5 months, and then we put it in boots, and then we swish it around with water.
Yeah.
And then we drink. It's good.
It good.
It's good.
Don't worry. We filter out all the bones with salt.
Like, don't let anyone tell you it's not good.
It's
They
very
lie.
good. They liars.
It's especially good when you get an eye. Sometimes they just pop out while the fish
Because you
is-
get the poppet, and then it's like a little burst of flavor.
A little burst of jelly.
How absolutely rancid.
It's like little surprise and meal.
Oh. Just a tiny little surprise bead. It's like boba, but for your soup.
Yes.
That Ethereum.
That Ethereum.
We're about
See
to
ya.
get social policy.
Ooh.
Ooh, I am. I forgot about that.
It's like, I forgot about those.
Haven't had them in so long.
But you must choose very, very carefully which one you want.
Yeah. Put this little outpost.
You know, Jordan, you should really back off a little bit. You know, you're smothering me a little bit.
Those are fine because they've been there for a long time. So they won't be moving. But, put you there. You
It's-
have your little island.
It's like that childish game of I'm not touching you, but instead of saying that I'm not touching you, you just start yelling at them to stop almost touching you.
Stay in relief. And you can go over here.
Just get away from me while my hand is literally...
We're just backing off a bit. Still able to respond to threats, of course. Never not able to respond to threats.
What threats?
Right? Exactly.
My people's military actions are none of your concern.
Until they really suddenly are.
Well, yeah, of course. That's how that works.
You may stay in here.
I wonder if the people of Hong Kong have the Mongol jaw.
I hate it so much.
You can hear them as you go by.
I know.
They wait.
Boring creatures.
It just slowly hangs open. Even if their mouth starts closed, it just starts slowly opening throughout the length of a conversation.
They're terrible creatures.
You know, you allow these governors to make decisions, and they're so stupid.
You want to
Click
fix
on-
it?
Click on Dalmace again.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how many civilians they have just working out the sea and all the mines and stuff they don't have them working on.
So, like...
They're
That-
producing 12 food a turn, and the AI has decided to work on empty ocean tiles instead of like those iron fields over there and stuff like that.
Did I do good? Am I do good? Is that good?
Yeah, you can see that the food growth is still 8 per turn, which is very high. The problem with the governors is that sometimes they really insist, and if you just click on that, then they'll go and they'll just shift something back over and stuff like that.
Oh,
'Cause they're bastards.
Can't you do the
That's
that?
what I do, but I do it to every single city.
Uh, uh, uh.
Your production has already gone up by 20 points, by the way, in the city, by making those executive decisions compared to what they were. At the cost...
How much is that?
I mean, it went from, like, you can see the different production costs of the various units and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's just so inefficient. The governors are stupid, and I don't let them make any decisions. Like, all of the orders here in Orlin is from long ago, when you were trying to make something quicker than Dalmace could. And I was like, I could make this more efficient for you. And I went in and made a bunch of executive orders.
Oh yeah.
That was like 15 population points ago.
I'm sure it's all fine and dandy now.
You gotta squeeze every ounce of industry out of your cities.
They don't have to at all.
If you built a hospital in Yakutsk, you'd have the excess food to be able to have them work on mines instead. And it would increase its production greatly.
I shall do that soon.
I wish I could order my spies to steal your money. You could do that in Civ
No.
4.
It's mine.
But you can't in this, and I really want to be able... I would just, like, throw, like, 6 spies at you and just, like, steal whatever you can. He's got so much. Just take your hands and just fill it in.
He surely doesn't have it all in a vault. It's just spilling out. Just take it.
He has too much to fit in a vault. It's just sort of stuffed everywhere. Take what you can and run.
Do an aqueduct. A wall for the granary.
You'll find your happiness in Rio. Bam, ba, da, da, da.
I think there were Luddites that were out here and I killed them last time.
Some desert men came out and were about to burn things. You were going to make a farm.
I was, in fact. There's... Oh, there's already a plantation here. Do I have anything for you to do? Is there a reason for you to live? I could get rid of that. Can you build something there? Well, alright then.
I can't make the Great Wall.
They want us to so bad.
It's not allowed.
What's your military limit?
Please make it.
I'm running out. Yeah, it's getting low.
Like the only land left is in shitty locations.
Yeah, I'm taking some.
Like we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, where it's like a single resource. Like, well, let's make a city.
It's like I saw that there was some fur down there, and I was like, well.
I mean, it's what I did with Lodos way back in the day.
Douche. What?
Like, you got the production.
Oh, okay.
For another turn, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I was the first one to hover the button. I figured one of you would have done it a long time ago.
I wouldn't do that unless I know I can win. I'm not 100% sure I could win yet, so I haven't.
Fair.
I don't want to start something I can't finish.
It's not
I
about,
want it to be a sure thing.
it's not about starting. It's just about prodding.
That's some real scary shit.
I mean, you gotta test.
It's like
your
I just want to prod the nuclear superpower. I just want to see what they do.
Yeah. As long
You
as the
never
war
know.
stays cold, there's nothing to worry about.
If they don't do anything, then it's fine.
Yeah.
At one point in the Second World War, the Soviets got to the point where they needed manpower so bad that they started mass conscripting women into the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
And at some points it got to where there'd be like a family of like, 4, and dad is on the front lines, and it's mom and the 2 kids. And the government would take mom, even though, and be like, you're going to the front line, and they'd be like, but I have kids. And if they were like 13, if they were like 13
Like,
and
you-
over,
you
the
can
Soviet
handle
government,
it.
yeah, the Soviet government was like, figure it out. If they were younger than that, the state would just like seize the kids and put them in an orphanage until the war was over.
Oh.
And whenever I've said that if something got real bad, I'd have the motherland calls. That's what I'm talking about. Where like every city I have that has at least a barracks in it would produce like units to go off to the front. Like
Si-
that's what I'm potentially preparing for if it happens.
Send in the men and the women.
That's
if the
one of the
children
reasons.
can hold a gun, then send them too.
That's one of the
Have the
reasons.
posters like, we can do it.
My lowest production city in my whole empire is 44 production a turn. So I am capable of producing units at a pretty good clip if I really needed to, because like Great War Infantry is 256.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that at worst, it would take me only 5 turns to build an infantry unit at my lowest production city. So if I had every single city working on it, I could summon a huge number of troops. That makes me nervous. Anyway, I could summon a huge number of troops if I needed to. I just have that prepared, just in the background, just in case.
Supposedly they're not reaching
Anybody
for
does
it.
anything.
I'm gonna increase the amount of artillery I have, like stationed in cities. I think. Why is there a road here? What was I doing? Was I building a road to that fort in the north? Well, I want you to do something else. You'll find your happiness in Rio.
Apparently the Portuguese royal family did.
Yeah, they moved their capital to Brazil. That's weird, by the way.
They
For
have-
colonial power to pick up and be like, we're gonna go over here. No one else that I can think of did that.
I don't think anybody did. Even the Dutch, whenever they were conquered by the French, didn't do that.
They're like, no, I don't want to go to the fucking East Indies. No, thank you.
It's icky there.
It's like, I'm gonna stay in Rotterdam.
They just gotta pay their taxes to someone else. That's the only difference.
I'm glad this map has a lot of fish in it, because Civ 5 has a nasty habit of just making the oceans fucking barren.
Yeah.
if you allow it.
Forgetting to even do anything with that.
Yeah. So I'm glad the archipelago map is like we
Just
can have
noticed.
fish. There's some stone over there.
Yep.
There's some
Just
stone
got
in
some
your
stone
land.
and I got some fishies.
There's a square inch that hasn't been industrialized.
I must fly to it.
Those peninsulas on the far west of your home island are probably full of fucking criminals.
Which ones? Oh,
The
that.
Yeah, there's that little
Yeah.
town
Oh, yeah,
there,
oh, yeah.
and that's the border of civilization. And there's just like criminals and like
Mm.
Wild West shenanigans.
Lawless wasteland there. Okay, so where's my like one worker I've got hiding somewhere?
Do you not have one on your main island?
I don't. I may have sent them somewhere else to do something. Oh well, we'll make another one.
I haven't done a big worker cull like you two have. I've kept mine this whole time.
It freed up a whole lot of military space, I'll tell you that.
My technique so far with that has just been to have my population grow. That's why I have the highest population. I'm just like, just grow, grow. Just birth more people to recruit into the army.
Have that during a war, a worker call where the workers are basically just told to use their hammers and use it in the war.
I just tell them it's like, here's a rifle. You're
Like,
gonna do
go.
this now. I saw that there was a mod that had a fun mechanic where you could take a worker and put it into a city, and like you basically delete it in the city, and the production it costs to build the worker gets added to the production of whatever you're making in the city.
Interesting.
As a way you're like, you press them into service.
Mm.
So if you were making like a rifleman unit and you took a worker, it's like, get over there, you're this now. Or if you captured a bunch of workers from the other side, you can bring them home and make slave labor happen. Make them make your things faster. You can German it up.
Alright, Lados is gonna industrialize.
Is that even possible?
They're gonna learn.
You need people to work in those factories.
It's fine. There's nothing over here for now, but we're gonna keep patrolling. The Great Desert Patrols. Farm. Is there a reason to have you live? Plead your case before the local magistrate. It's the 50th case he's heard today, so he's bored. It's almost lunchtime.
You've culled quite a lot of your workers. I would say that you're getting to the point where if you were to have a big debate and a lot of tiles got burned or something, you might have to look for workers to go fix it.
I think we'll probably start keeping one per like sector. Here's the home sector, the west sector, the far west sector, and then the east sector. Probably maybe have another one or two around here because there are still things that need doing. But I don't think we'll need to cull more than maybe one or two more. And that's a maybe.
Talking about people, it's like we may have to cull them.
The local magistrate has decided that you can live another day. Congratulations. Memento mori and have a good day. Imagine the effect that would have on your people's lives.
Oh yeah.
Just at any time, you could be called up to the local magistrate and he could just have you called.
It's like, tell me how you're useful. It's like, could you explain it to me? I don't think I quite understand.
What is it that you do here?
What exactly do you do here?
I'm a people person, goddammit. I talk to the people.
I don't. You see, I don't know if we need any more of those. You understand?
I talk to the people. Go from the people into the engineers, and so I talk to both of them. And I'm a people person.
But we have technology. We have telegrams. You don't have to send a person to do those things. You understand, right? It's downsizing.
It's a good movie.
Of all the Office movies I've seen, I'd probably say I prefer Office Space.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a classic.
They take my swing line stapler, and that's where I go to. I'm gonna burn the place to the ground.
So I'm gonna burn it to the ground.
These things
Have you seen that
happen.
movie?
I have.
Okay.
I brought that up with Kent when we saw him on Veep. I was like, he's from Office
Oh
Space.
yeah. I remember that now.
It's probably been at least 10 years since I've seen it, though. I remember I always felt bad for him.
Mm-hmm.
The little mumbling man.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to work on Sunday. You didn't have anything else to do, right?
Salary work.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
It is.
It's horrific, but it's legal. Oh, so very legal.
We didn't get reform on that until Obama's last year in office.
Yay.
Where he was just like, this is not kosher. And you have to pay them extra if you just tell them to stay in. And then the companies are like,
How else are we going to perform our profit margins?
You want me to pay them?
what is this, Russia?
Dayman, master of nightman, master of karate,
You know, I was saying that I hadn't had a call yet, but I'm having issues figuring out what I'm going to do with this worker here.
The magistrates are like, do we need him?
I could put a fort up here, and that would give me artillery coverage over this pass here, but I already have a submarine watching that.
He's seeming a little extraneous. And we are running low on military supply.
We are. I'm down to 13. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units currently being built.
It's down in the single digits.
It
Everyone
is.
counts.
But I am about to found a new colony, and that will give me a little bit more. Far more of my military supply comes from population than it does from city. That normally is the other way around. I've built very vertically. One thing that World War II mod did that I really like, that I wish I could just like find a separate mod to just put it in the game, it gets rid of the city bonus on military supply, and it just makes it to where it's only based on population.
Interesting.
And I quite like that. It makes sense, and it restricts the military a little bit. Although if we had that on here now, you would see it's like, whoa, 24 less units. I'd be severely in a deficit with that.
That'd
right
be
now.
real scary.
Yeah.
But it's a good way to like restrict how many units you can make without, being overbearing about it. I should probably make a fort on this island. This is an island between you and I, and it's not occupied by anyone, so there should probably be a fortress.
Probably.
We're gonna pivot to me planting flags on random barren islands in the middle of nowhere and saying it's mine.
I like this strategy. I might co-opt it.
Workers will have to start racing to see who can build a fort on somewhere quicker.
I mean, it's essentially what we did to Wake Island.
Mm-hmm.
Dun 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 dun.
Anytime I have ever hummed a song, you've never gotten the correct song run. Every single time, it has in fact been a different song.
I don't know. Your music makes me think of music, and I like to share
it's
mine.
just something I noticed.
If I don't know the song, then I can't do it.
I was humming the thing that Willy Wonka hums. Ding
Yeah.
dong, bell
Yeah.
in his ringtime.
When things are being weird.
Yes,
Ah,
when he's being real weird. That part of the movie.
in the tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I only really remember the more poetic part where he starts at the beginning. I don't really remember anything in the tunnel, I guess. Maybe my brain just didn't want to perceive it as a child.
You
Rewatch
don't
that
remember?
movie.
Oh yeah, do so. Definitely
Yeah,
do so.
that movie's really good. Like, really good.
Like it fully holds up.
Uh-huh. Where it's just like,
With
"Oh,
me."
everyone in this movie's great.
Gene Wilder's amazing. And everyone, I will say that I did watch it as a kid, and I did like it as a kid. I especially like it because I rewatched it. Not
Didn't we rewatch it recently all together?
I don't know if William was there, because
don't think I
Was
was
he
there.
not?
he lives in a faraway land.
No, not together on Plex.
No, that was before COVID, when I was showing everyone Willy Wonka.
Oh, it
That
was.
because,
Yeah.
that was before COVID, when I showed it to Tyler and stuff like that, where I sort of
yeah.
fell and stumbled back on Willy Wonka when I was just like looking for something to watch, and I was like, this is really fucking good. And everyone, even though everyone had seen it, I had everyone sort of rewatch it with an adult's eyes. And it's
And it's
like,
like, this is just a good movie.
yeah, it's like, this is an unreasonably good movie.
Like I forgot how good of a movie this was. Like it's funny and weird. The characters are engaging.
They do this. They do foreshadowing and the things that make you think. And
It's gonna take me a whole nother turn now. I rewatched it like 2-3 years ago after I watched Blazing Saddles for the first time. And I will say that was an amazing movie as well.
Mel Brooks.
If you can grow, I don't see a reason to get rid of you.
The Gene Wilder's Mel Brooks combination.
Gene Wilder's amazing. I've not seen him in anything that I disliked.
He's great in everything he's in. He greatly disliked Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the remake they did with Johnny Depp. Um,
A fair opinion.
A fair
yeah,
opinion.
and they were talking about doing another remake.
Um,
And Gene Wilder made it clear that if they did, he would be vocal about opposing it.
Hmm.
And then the studio waited until he died to announce that they were thinking about doing another remake. They literally they waited for him to die.
Because of
And
course
as we just said, we rewatched the movie. It's like, oh, this is just a good movie that holds up completely. There's no need to remake it.
But no, you have to remake everything now.
Well, it's because these companies they look back in their catalogs. It's like, what do we have that's recognizable?
What do we have that we know will make money?
What do we have to spend the minimum amount on advertising because people will just hear about it
Yeah.
through word of mouth, like now.
And it's efficient, but I hate it.
There's my movie by corporate board theory where I was talking about it doesn't matter what the context of the film is or who you have working on it, but the moment you have the executive board who's like, we need a movie that does this, so let's make this, the movie's going to be bad. Every time. No matter what. Doesn't matter who you put in charge of it. It's like, there's like an auteur element to it. And the moment that that's taken out in the inception of it, it's like the whole movie's gonna have structural problems no matter what you do, and it's gonna be wrong.
You must have a foundation if you're building a house.
That's what I feel about every one of those propaganda military movies from the 2000s, like The Hurt Locker, Black Hawk Down.
Oh. Well, no, I don't think those weren't really propaganda films. They were definitely riding a particular wave in the air at the time. But those were not corporate, like, mandated. Like, you must make this. Like Hurt Locker, what's her name? Lady director lady. I think it was, I can't remember. I think she won an Academy Award for it. But she's real good. She's done other good things, but I can't remember her name even a little bit.
Who were you trying to remember? The director?
The director of Hurt Locker. It's
Catherine Bigelow.
Yes, her. She's done things, and she's good at things. I'm trying to think of the description I was talking about with like what Jordan and I were talking about when I brought up my theory on the corporate filmmaking. When they're like, we need this box checked, so make it. Oh, we were talking about DC, the DC films.
Yes.
And the difference between Joker and the other DC films.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, you know, the other DC films had, 5 times the budget and like way more star power, and because like Joker had Joaquin Phoenix in it, and that was it. Zazie Beetz.
Okay,
in it,
I think I see what you mean now.
Yeah. With Justice League and stuff like that, you had the company was like, we need a Marvel thing, make it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with Joker, a group of people who were like, I have an idea for something, and they went to Warner Brothers and was like, we have an idea that we think can make money if you just help us.
Mm-hmm.
Versus DC going out, it's like, we want this, let's go find people who can make it for us,
Mm-hmm.
And whenever you start with that foundation, it's gonna go wrong every time. Do some more conscription.
Who even wrote Thor: The Dark World?
I don't know.
That was Taika Waititi, wasn't it?
Did he write that?
Was
I
it?
think so. That's what I thought.
It's possible. I don't know anything about the Thor films.
That's like the one Thor movie that no one really remembers. 'Cause I have not seen anything positive about that movie.
Oh wait, no, you said the Dark World. Never mind. I thought you were talking about the Ragnarok.
Oh no, Ragnarok was amazing. One of the best movies in the whole series.
Directed by Alan Taylor, produced by Kevin Feige, Christopher Yost, Christopher Marcus. I don't know these names.
I don't know any of those people.
Story by Don
Except for
Payne,
Feige.
Robert Rodat. Yeah, same.
I wonder what happened there. Because surely there was a reason that it just bombed like that. Well, it bombed as much as a Marvel movie can bomb.
I wouldn't know. I don't know. I don't know Thor. Who is Thor? I never watched any of this stuff. I don't like it.
I haven't tried this food, but I know I don't like it.
No, I watched the first one, didn't like. I explained this to you one time. It's like I watched the first one, didn't like it, and then the second one came out and no one liked it, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, I don't think he's for me.
Ragnarok is good though. I will say that.
Ragnarok, by the time that came out, I was off the Marvel train. I had gotten off and I was like, oh, I got other things to worry about.
I'm feeling these shows. I liked WandaVision. I'm really liking the whatever the other fucking one is.
Captain America and
Winter
what I've
Soldier and the
heard,
Falcon.
Yeah.
It's good.
From what I've heard with WandaVision, people either really, really like it or they don't like it at all. That seems to be what I've noticed about it. It's like I've heard
has
those
a,
two opinions.
It has a weird structure to it, so I can imagine if people could immediately bounce off of it. But if you get into it,
It's like there are some people who are like, this show is great, and other people who are like, it feels weird and I don't like it.
It's only on like the 3rd or 4th episode out of like 9 or 10 or something where you know what's happening, and then they
Oh,
can
I
move
see.
on from there. The first like couple episodes, it's not clear. It's like what is happening?
Some Truman Showisms.
I'm gonna have
Yes,
to binge
it
this.
is.
tomorrow.
It's very Truman Show, because it's like, well, I saw these people. One of them died, and one of them was not happy. Why are they together, and why are they in a sitcom? I remember these people, and they weren't in a sitcom. So why are they in a sitcom in the 40s?
That's a good question. Who are your spies going after?
Never you mind.
Fair.
Why,
Fair.
why,
point.
why do you need that information?
I'm just curious. Just curious. I know that
I'm
I've
eventually
been...
gonna have to make fucking gliders too, because each one of these airships are gonna have gliders stationed on them. I hope when that comes that I'll have the military supply for it.
That would be important.
I have some gliders in the storehouses, but I've only made like 2 or 3 of them.
They said
Do
no.
you want a road or not?
They said no. Go around.
Do you want a fucking road or not?
You just have to wait till next turn.
Like I'm building what you want.
They said no. Go around.
But I can't. The road's going this way.
Well, go around.
That's the one thing about Civ 5 that makes me so fucking furious. Is the traffic jams, like the annoying traffic jams that happen.
Yeah.
That is a bit annoying.
It's like since units could share tiles and stuff like that in Civ 4, that wasn't a thing at all as long as you weren't at war.
Mm-hmm.
So in Civ 5, when you're like, I just want to get a missionary over here, and there's just like have so many units you can't move them.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking hate that a lot. I've invaded city states for that reason, where I'm like, you need to fuck off, and I just then like.
And then you accidentally shoot one of them in the face, and then there's a whole diplomatic incident, and you have to go deal with it.
Very on purpose, shoot them in the face and occupy their territory. It's like, well, now look how much cleaner this is now. There's not just units
corrected
standing
that.
in the road. How I set up my units along road lines is I make it to where there's an open space, like in every other tile, so that if I need to move something from point A to point B, there's not a traffic jam in Civ 5.
That makes sense.
Oh.
Not something I would have thought about.
I always keep, when I have units just standing around, I always keep them one tile away from the city center, and I keep one open tile in between each unit, so that if I need to move a unit somewhere, I don't have a situation where they can't because everything's, in the way.
For the first time in like 3,000 years, my people will finally have another golden age.
It's not 3,000 years. Ignore the year. Look at the turns. It's
It's
like
been-
because every turn's a year. So and the first 100 turns we didn't play, so it's been 300 years.
And Brussels. In Brussels. Oh, they finished the port. Okay. All right. So we're finally in a golden age.
I presume Vedria will be unreachably high production at this point when it comes to League of Empires.
I would have to
Oh
assume.
yeah. What is it at right now? 204.
I'm building my like 4th industrial park, by the way. I think that's a really good building to have in the game, by the way.
The industrial park?
one. Yeah. Especially with the addition that I made to it that makes it to where it takes 2 coal instead of 1 to make. They make it a little bit harder to produce.
It is a good one. We're making lots of stuff now. Just the way I like it.
Why is this random island in the middle of nowhere have such high production?
I know I have a factory and industrial park here. They have... Is that coal? They have a coal mine here and another mine over here. Both of them make 5. And lots of production shit. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing?
Oh, I know. It's because of your special ability. I forgot. You have the 25% extra production for buildings that are in the capital. That's why.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this seems like a really high production number for a city that's got nothing in it. Look at all these fucking towns that you can't possibly work.
Yeah. Let's just
So
try to
many.
think of which one to get rid of first. This one's
With
already being worked.
with them
so-
turning into proper towns and consuming resources, what tends to happen is the AI does the thing it likes to do, where it blankets a whole huge region with them, and then once a couple of them grow and start sucking up resources, that's when they like recalculate and they're like, "Oh, we gotta tear some of these down." But they waste the time building them to begin with.
When they could be building something else.
They're very inefficient.
It's fine for now. We'll keep that one. We'll just get rid of this one. That one's grown, and it's gonna keep growing. Fuck me. I just need to figure out which of these I'm gonna turn into farms. We got that one. We're gonna turn this one into a farm. This hamlet's the only one we need up here. Because we need more people. Fuck more.
Yeah, you have so many cities. I imagine your military supply source is like radically different than how mine was. Yes, you're getting twice as much supply from your cities as I was.
Oh,
I was getting 24 and you're getting 44.
just look at
What's
that.
You have 75 supply remaining, man. Get to work.
Oh,
Oh, we're making
Get
real
to
money
work.
now. My issue was
Get
that I
those
was only making like
factories cranking.
I was only making like 30 gold a turn, and I needed to fix that.
You might be able to finally have more than Jordan and I, because we don't have as many cities as. Whoa, those were some airships. That was a lot of airships. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
hang on. Okay.
Okay.
It's happening. Okay.
All right. All right.
I don't know what all this is for.
sneaking that drawing past me.
They won't notice.
And now Jordan has to respond in kind. Now Jordan's
I
gonna end up making
must.
land leviathans now.
Uh-huh.
And he's
Maybe
gonna
I
make all
should.
of our tanks totally
Maybe I
fucking
should.
obsolete.
Maybe you've made that decision.
Why did you make that decision?
Because things are going slowly. Things need to escalate.
They're gonna go fast.
Sometimes you just need a match.
Radical change starts slowly and then it happens rapidly.
And here we go.
You're a bastard. You're a bastard and a deviant.
I feel it's very clear which of the three of us we should declare war on.
It's not clear.
I don't think it's clear at all.
So if you and I did go to war with him, okay, I get Eric. I get Eric.
Hang on. What?
It's like if we go to war with him, I get Eric, the city of Eric.
You'll win then.
It's like. But Vedri has too many manufactories.
You can't get Eric. You'll win.
Well, I can't have a little slap fight with him because Eric is too close to my territories and it's too much of a threat for me to ignore.
You know, boys, we could come to an agreement. After all, it's not like I've even started production on those things yet.
Well, I've started production on mine.
and I'm not to start production on mine.
And I'm not going to go by your good graces and change that production, hoping that you don't do that when your turn comes up.
I mean, I still have another 3 turns before, or another 2 turns before I even start production.
It's like I don't have to finish them. I could start production on them, and if you people stop producing, then I'll stop producing.
That's a game I don't feel like playing.
It's like, because I don't have to go full in and finish the production. I could tell them to stop before the factory is done.
I think everyone's making such a big deal out of nothing.
We all had an agreement, and you just tried ripping it right in half.
I'm just testing the waters a little bit.
Well, consider the waters tested.
They've been tested.
Like, I ordered all the factories to open up. They had been closed for so long. We're gonna have to figure out a new number that's not 12 now.
Yep.
But I don't even know what that number is gonna end up being because you're gonna obsolete half of our things.
Mm.
In that case, it would seem as though having lots of airships would be the best way to go to combat these land leviathans.
Yes!
So I guess I can just have both.
Yes! That's what I was avoiding.
Like, I do also have airships, and I'm about to make more.
With the cunning use of diplomacy, I was avoiding that.
But you see, if we focus on our Air Force, then his land leviathans will have a greatly diminished use, because it'll essentially be a bunch of cavalry running into a bunch
Here's
of
the
spearmen.
problem, though. He has all of them at home, and he has gliders. And the only way we'd be able to realistically destroy them is to attack them with our airships. And his gliders can just shoot our airships down.
Well, we don't exactly have to, attack him right now. He has to send them out if he wants to do any damage to us.
Positively right now need Sky Fortresses right now. Not tomorrow.
That is
now. Right now.
We do need Sky Fortresses, but
We need to obsolete his airships.
That is the important thing. And fortunately, you and I have got that covered.
I'm working on it.
A lot of we happening.
Well, I mean, a certain someone is about to obsolete half our military, so.
The political lines change quickly. An invasion of Orland would be really hard.
It would be extremely hard and extremely costly.
It's so condensed.
It is. It's very condensed.
It's like 4 cities in a very small area.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all
Yeah.
flat. So there's no cover for our troops to take under bombardment.
Yeah.
And he has a city in the interior, which means we can't even just take it with naval domination. We'd have to landload the troops.
Yeah. We'd have to do some Inchon shit and work our way through.
Maybe. Okay. Before you do that,
I'm just hovering. I'm just hovering.
William,
Yes.
we don't have to go to war with him. But would you commit to us potentially seizing his mercantile city-state allies if he does that? And then if he wants to fight us to try to stop it, he can try and stop it and fight us in the Navy, where his gliders won't be able to help.
I think I would be fine with that. Because his happiness is pretty reliant on those city-states, and it would be such a pain for him to try and deal with things without having them. Especially with all the war, and that would just be a whole mess.
So if you upgrade those ships, we will attack your mercantile city-states. We will just straight up steal them. And any other mercantile city-state you try to acquire, we'll just steal them with force. So before that button is pressed, and that's definitely a thing where it's like, well, we're not declaring war on you. We haven't done that.
Or not.
I gotta count. Correctly. And 4.
We
So
can
the new
we
number
can
is-
resume the old-fashioned arms race.
So the new number is 16 then?
I don't know.
Apparently. Maybe. I don't know. Is it?
I'm not
Well,
sure
you
how
just
many
made
I'm even
4.
producing right now.
What is the number?
What is the number?
I only have 3.
What is the number, William?
16
William's
is the
military
number.
supply is much higher than ours, Jordan. So this is a situation that may not go to our advantage in the future.
That switched to you guys being us real quick.
The diplomatic lines are very, very fragile.
So if I struck quick and hard at Vedria, I could just take that out.
I would
He'd
respond
be-
violently if you seized Vedria.
No, destroy. Destroy the manufacturers is what I mean.
That's just temporary, though. There would have to be like a Berlin occupation situation where people like monitor a disarmament, where you have workers just dismantle the manufactories.
What if I took Vedri and you took Eric?
I thought about that, but the problem is that he has too many manufactories in Vedria. If you had Vedria, it would guarantee you would be able to beat me with production.
So let's look at this. If I got production, and you would get the landmarks, or this one, right? So you would get that one, I'd get this one.
Are you willing to basically cede wonders to me if I cede the ability for you to basically have production? Because I can't keep up with Vedria or Orlin.
That's what I'm thinking. So you would for Defos have this one. I would for Defos have this one. I would only have 2. I would have, because I can't get the refinement. So I would have 2. You would have 1, 2.
I would have 2, and you would have 2.
And it would be balanced because we could just match each other on the Defender of Progress. So if we take out him, I would get 2, you would get 2, and we'd be matched at the Defender of Progress.
Or
And the world would be on a knife's edge. No, shush, we're still
Or-
talking. We're still
See,
talking.
there are 3 people in this room. You see, I'm thinking.
We go into a separate chamber.
I'm thinking. that
What are you thinking?
Maybe we could just cancel this production.
I like, so that'd be the second time where William has like decided to rock the boat, and he's just like,
He's like,
backtrack.
oh, I've done something. I'm scared now.
I will say you will have a
give
bitch of a
me-
time if you try and go after my
Just
capital because pretty
Give
much
me
all
more
of my
time to
assets
think
are here.
about it. Give me more time to think about it. I need
My discussion or it's William's discussion, because things need to be decided real quick.
your proposition on the potential partition of Vedria. I like it. Okay. But I need time to think about it. I have to
it's fine.
calculate. I know
I can sit here. It's fine.
I have to calculate the possibilities. I have to look at things.
What?
I have,
I think we have it calculated correctly.
I don't think that anything's been decided.
I'm too far behind on Lord of
And
Refinement.
I
I
think-
can't get that.
I
You
think-
caught that.
I
It's
think.
fine.
I think.
I'm good on
You're
thinking a lot.
I
and I'm
think.
talking.
I think that you should let
You're
him
thinking
take
real
his
loud right
time and
now.
decide.
You're thinking very loud.
Well, it's almost
So
as though there's a discussion happening that involves me, and I need to participate in this discussion, and I'm not able to do so at the moment.
So here's the if we do the partition, the only way I could win would be I would have to then go to war with you. This would have to be taken. I can't do that.
If I agree to the partition, it guarantees you and I are going to have settle it for the big war.
Yes.
There'd be no way for us to win through the League of Empires.
Yes.
We'd have to. It'd be settled with a big war between you and I.
That's correct. It would take this
That's the
whole
part
thing
that
out
I'm
of the
thinking
equation,
about.
though.
That's the part I'm thinking about, though.
I'm almost okay with this whole mechanic being taken out by it being balanced that way. And then it would go to technology. We would do the technology arms race and war with each other really big.
Meanwhile, William might be he'd be diverted off into some third world state, off to the side.
I'll go to Argentina.
What we would do is he can have that. He can have
Lotes. That'd be.
He can be there. That'll be his capital.
I mean, there are a number of islands he has that he could keep. That'd be fine with me. The big one is Vedria and Lyric because of the wonders and everything.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's the most balanced way it could be. Neither of us have a particularly large advantage if we do it that way. There's no secret. Oh, suddenly I could pull out a win from one of these other brackets.
So I will say that if we went with the partition situation, it will extend the length of the whole game.
I know.
Because you and I, if we fought each other, even if we threw everything we had at each other, we would not be able to beat each other with the current technological situations we have.
I know, but he's sending missiles. He has missiles pointed at my capital.
We might be able to steal a couple of islands from each other, but our homelands would be perfectly safe from each other.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a minute. I need time. Go on. Do your
What?
thing. I'm not going to give you
What?
an answer this time.
What do I need to do in my turn though? What do I need to be doing in my turn?
Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. There's not that many things you could do that I would say are right, but that would clearly be wrong.
Okay.
That'd be a wrong criminal thing to do.
What we've done right now is we've all just increased that cap. That's what's happened. We went from 12 to 16.
and there's two
unless
potential.
William decides that he
And we
wants to
have
stop that.
two,
And we
and
also
William.
have 2 ultimatum plans.
Yeah, William has to make a decision as well because if you upgrade your land forces, then he and I are going to ally against you, and then you and I are talking about partitioning him.
Uh-huh.
So we need to figure out which one of us you prefer.
Well,
How do you feel about what you've done?
I
We had to fully push the brakes, do nothing, and just sit and think.
I feel as though there's some
These
hostility
treaties
in the
were
room.
agreed to for a reason.
Yes.
I feel there's some hostility in the room, and it would be real nice if we could just all take a deep breath,
Oh, I hate it. You're the one that keeps fucking testing the
let
water.
let it all out,
And then getting real angry when waves start coming back at you.
and then we can have a nice, polite, civilized conversation about the fate of the world. Okay? I feel that's responsible.
It's like poking someone at like a bar, and you're like poking them in the shoulder repeatedly, and they turn around, they break a fucking beer bottle, and they point it end at you, and you're like, whoa, I didn't
It's like, hey, come
know
on, I'm
you
just
were
poking.
going through something.
It's like, hey, what's going on here, big guy?
Do something. Something that's not a town. Because that town isn't going to grow. And turn this into a farm. Do that thing. Turn this into a farm. Well, I think either way, what's important is we need to start consolidating a little more.
It's like we need to start moving stuff, and
Things need done. I see.
because of your other water testing, I've already moved subs out into that sea, watching.
I see.
Like, oh, my actions are having repercussions.
I think we could all do with a good chill pill.
We need to partition his land.
I don't think that's necessary.
There's a lot of wrongness I'm hearing.
And I feel as though it would be much better and safer for everybody involved if we didn't go to war. I mean, I can't think of a good reason to go to war if we don't have to go to war. I mean, that just sounds like some
Now listen,
warmongering.
your words and your actions don't appear to me, personally, to be in alignment.
Well, I'm not necessarily here to please you. I'm just here to protect my people, you know. I gotta figure out the state of the world, you see. It's important to know the capabilities of the people around you.
You should know secret telegrams are being sent back and forth.
I fully anticipated it by now.
The telegrams are happening.
But you see, I'm no coward, and I am perfectly willing to have conversations in the open.
Meanwhile, in the back, I was like, doo 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 doo. The things being said are very specific.
Oh, I'm sure. Okay. Everything over here is good.
All quiet on the Vedria front.
All quiet here.
World tensions have increased dramatically.
I don't know why. Everyone
Whatever could have caused this.
Everyone just
It
needs
could
to.
have been anything.
Everyone just needs
It
to
could have
calm
been
down.
anything or anyone.
Just calm down.
Maybe it was one of those civs that are dead. It could have been them.
It could have been.
Let's point fingers at them. They can't point back.
Exactly. Dull Mace surely could have taken some responsibility for this.
Like, it was definitely not nice.
You know, it really cripples me that I can't use my own mouse to send secret telegrams, so I'm forced to be out in the open.
Oh, I'm using my phone.
Ah, I see.
Just use the phone.
Fine. Very well.
It's like I had the same thoughts. I didn't want to fuck around with minimizing parsec and everything to do that. So let's get these fucking civilians out of this scary, scary water as soon as possible. It's already up really well. Got one there.
That got real quiet all of a sudden.
People are thinking.
Things are being said in back rooms.
But that's a real lawless peninsula over there.
Where all the criminals disappear to, it becomes a fucking pirate republic.
Oh, only 7 remaining supply. Oh. Oh. At least I'm still reliably getting cities growing.
That is important.
I feel like the prettiest girl at prom.
Come on over this way, baby. I got some booze.
Oh, you're so far behind, Briansk. You have so much I need to make.
We need food.
You basically exist just to give me a bit more military.
We need
And
food.
because you're an island, and so I didn't want other people to have you.
Help us.
Maybe. Like you got a wheat field there. Come on.
It takes months for that wheat to grow. We're hungry now.
You certainly are. That is a true thing you've said. Thinking.
I'm thinking still. It's like a year and a half has passed. It's like I'm thinking. I think I've made a decision.
Oh,
Yes.
is that a public decision or just a private decision?
It's a very personal, private decision. I have to talk with my family over it. And get back to you at some point. I do imagine it's fun. It could be fun with the stream because they know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, everything got real silent. It's the
It's that scene in a movie where you just hear that happening in the background.
Just montages of men being moved and troops being gathered.
Like many women at desks feverishly moving things, the little things on the wall to each other and writing things down, sending letters.
almost have enough for the Biltmore House. Liverpool.
Weren't you gonna make another colony?
I am.
Down there.
Norwich, Billstone. Okay. Oh, what are you gonna do? I think I'm gonna send you to Warwick and I'm gonna tell you to go sleep. Until I can figure out what I'm gonna do.
I just sit there.
Just sit tight. That range. Love it.
Luddites. The desert patrols are gonna have to go for them. That was taking up a precious supply. That workboat was. Every point over the military supply you go over, it reduces all of your production by 10%. Oh God.
Yep. In the World War II mod, it just does it by 2%. Which I think is far more reasonable.
Okay.
You best choose very carefully.
Let's take a look at everything. It could be good. Access added. See, found increase the culture cost. Yeah.
What shall you choose? That's a similar choice that I made recently. Where everyone started getting real lippy, and I was like, maybe I should get this defense bonus.
Yeah. I'm getting scared.
We all got real tense, and all of us adopted nationalism, which is the name of that policy, by the way.
We must protect the homeland.
All of us started screaming about how the vermin are coming.
We must secure a future for
what was happening there, so people aren't freaking out, was I was reading it real careful. I was like, okay, I can't make the wrong one because people freak out. I want a flyer, not an airship.
It's very nice of them to allow us to. They will allow you to make the the now technically obsolete land ship, by the way. So. It's very nice of them.
That is so nice.
Maybe they foresaw that there'd be agreements like the ones that we were maintaining.
Here's the first of several. Because that happened. That whole thing happened.
Yeah, next turn 3 airships are going to be made on my end.
We were all perfectly happy with how everything was.
Happy's a very
Uh,
strong word. I would say content.
Content. It was
Tolerate.
fine.
Everything was okay until.
I'm scared now. Like I'm missing something. Like, is there something I should be doing? I think I'm fine.
So now don't forget a fleet somewhere. It's like, oh.
Exactly.
I can just feel the tension in the air.
It's palpable. We're on the eve of war. It's like 1938. It's gonna happen one way or another. Like it's gonna happen now. We've crossed the bridge. Vedria said,
But-
"Can we have the Sudetenland?" We said, "No, you can't."
And then there was just silence back from them. I wish I could just spam submarines. That would make me feel so much safer. If I physically could not move through my own water without like hitting a submarine.
I have a massive fleet of them. I probably have. I would say it probably wouldn't be crazy for me to say I have 14 or 15 submarines.
That's a lot.
I think I don't have enough.
They're real good. That's
They
why
are real
I've
good.
made loads of them. Could you imagine how much more powerful we'd be if we were using the traditional Civ 5 social policies? Like where you get the super bonus for completing a tree and stuff like that?
That'd be some scary stuff.
That would be horrific.
And like if autocracy and honor and stuff like that were actually available. And...
Oh,
Oh, give me my mouse. Sorry.
You almost made him send an airship into the briny deep.
don't do that.
I will say
those.
I've noticed, I believe it's a bug with airships. When you have one movement left on them, they really don't want to embark or disembark with the last movement. It's you can see what I mean right there. I don't know why. My guess is this is because there's no other unit that acts like an airship does, really. Because helicopters can't do what they do. They embark when they go at sea.
Interesting.
There's just maybe some special weird coding with them.
Yeah. So when it's not a problem as long as you don't have one movement left.
Which should be doable.
You just have to monitor it. Airships get blitz and auto repair promotions really fucking fast, by the way. Like really fast. Several, like I'd say 4 or 5 of my airships have those already because of all the Luddites I killed on my world tour.
I guess this would be the moment of truth, wouldn't it? Although I guess that Rubicon's already been crossed.
I think you crossed that already. You're heading right to Rome.
Fair enough. On to Rome we go. There but for the grace of a non-existent god go we.
The die has been cast. You fix your UI right now. There we go. That would bother me. should I have submarines at?
Everywhere.
Every square inch. I mean,
It's like if they can fit in a place, then they should be there. Oh, supply remaining
1, 2,
5.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13.
I don't count how many I have. I don't think I have as many.
I adopted them early and real hard. I think I might calm down on the submarines.
You do have a lot.
Oh, I've finished building the first non-Orlesian mint in the world.
Oh God.
For so long, the only currency in the world has been from Orlin. Like, it's all had my face on it.
It's how the market's been controlled, and now hyperinflation is about to happen for a little bit. And we
Yeah.
all know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting if being able to accept the people's actual money was a thing that you could do. Like if each empire had their own currency and other countries
be
could adopt
interesting.
their currencies.
Mm-hmm. Kind of a different religion thing.
Yeah.
Well, you see, in Civ 4 there was this thing called
Oh, of course, like, oh, they had that, yeah.
Yeah, they had corporations, which is essentially what you just described.
The answer to every question of, oh, it'd be cool if they had is like Civ 4 had it.
They did have it, and it was complicated, and people didn't like it, so they got rid of it.
Well, maybe we should just play Civ 4 next time.
The only problem with Civ 4 is its combat mechanics. You either love it or hate it.
I
It's
fly
nothing like
because it
Civ 5
releases
at all.
my mind from the tyranny of petty things.
You're on the path to Sky Fortresses.
I think that was what I was going for. I think.
I will point out, you still don't even have the ability to understand that wonders can give you a victory. And I'm about to get access to another tech building entirely that you are 2 technologies behind being able to get. And the magnetism one
Galvanomagnetism.
that gives Tesla coils.
See, but I think that's okay. I think I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm picking a lane. I think maybe perhaps. Let me think before I pick. Let me think before I
I was
pick
going to say,
a lane.
that's some real commitment, because you're going to be 3 technologies behind on a building that's going to give me access to possibly a culture building and a tech building. And the Tesla coil is for science, what the broadcast tower is for culture.
Mm-hmm.
You can now make airship hangars, so you can produce airships with experience right off the bat.
Yay.
I need more of you everywhere. How much do I have of you? Okay. So let's look at our subs. And not even remotely. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8.
Show the love.
They opened a Luborg mine.
What kind of them?
Colombo has no resources. They're like, we are a small island that the game decided we needed to be a city on.
Yeah.
I wonder how far away I am from social policy.
I don't know.
I know I'm probably going to be building the Sydney Opera House because I'm going to have access to that like 2 turns before William will.
Yep.
And that'll give me a free social policy.
Although theoretically, I might be able to snatch that from under you if I build it right away.
Possibly.
And I could use some social policies from way
No.
back.
No.
Like, push you while you're dead. No.
No. No culture for you.
I want all the social policies.
But I need some.
I want every single one of them. If you build a harbor at Malmo, you'll get a 25% production bonus. Because it'd be connected by rail, technically, to your capital.
Oh, I guess that's true. On alert, man. There's evil afoot.
Straganyaganus.
Strangas.
You have like 3 different cities that I can't even fathom.
This is just random letters mishmashed together.
Yep.
Vastras.
I don't even want to hear like the ethnic pronunciation of those because I feel like it stress me out.
Like the difference between reading and hearing Polish.
Yeah. It's like this is Vujt. It's like the
No.
how.
It's
That-
like none of the pronunciation comes from the letters in that city's name.
That has an
Like
L.
you see this weird dagger through the L. That means that L is pronounced V. It's like, well then why isn't it a W or a V?
Like it's not.
Who are you to question why Polish is Polish?
I mean, it is an alien language. Let's just get that through there.
It is.
There's the
Fair.
German city of Danzig, which in Polish is Gransk. It's like, okay.
It's like so where'd you get that first G in there? I
It's
see a
like-
G at the end, but you seem to have found one at the beginning
They
as
like
well.
flipped it and added a K.
It's like so where did you find that G?
That's weird. How? Why? Was it founded by Germanic people? I don't remember who founded.
Yes,
Danzig.
it was founded by the Prussians because Danzig / Gransk is West Prussia.
Ah, things
So
I
it
did
was
not know.
founded by the pagan Prussians that the Teutons later took over.
Heathens, a lot of them. Heretic. Well, yeah, I guess they'd be heathens, not heretics.
Real pagan, real pagan in Europe.
Heretics came later. Let's
I'm glad in
allocate
Empire
our
Total War
resources.
they simplify Germany and its whole everything quite a lot. But in Napoleon Total War, they show it how it kind of was.
Is it a
And it's a
fact,
nightmare.
or have I dreamt it?
It's
The
a
Holy
scary-
Roman Empire was a machine, and it was an
World
awful
matter
one.
has become a great nerve, vibrating thousands of miles in a breathless point of time.
There were something like 60 or 70 different city-states and stuff in the Holy Roman Empire, weren't there, by the time Napoleon came?
It's nuts. It's nuts, man.
There were more before that. It's horrifying. There were like 2 centuries of consolidation and all kinds of shit that happened during the Protestant Reformation that fucked shit up. Why should another person that is not a priest be able to read the Bible? That doesn't make sense.
They might molest the Bible or something.
Like they can't do that.
That's blasphemous. It can't happen. We can't let this happen. They can't keep getting away with this.
Dum dum da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum 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 da dum dum.
And I'm sure all of this is being filmed by our brand new video cameras. Now only 20 pounds.
Ooh, lightweight.
Ergonomic, one might say. You've never seen a military airship so superior in your entire life.
It's a lot of looking.
A lot of looking and thoughts.
Hello there. Would you like some fish juice?
I don't want your fucking fish juice.
The horrid fish juice.
Like, I don't even want to know what that is.
We went over what it is.
Just chugs a whole pint of it right in front of all the men.
Like it delicious.
Delicious. Perfect sour taste. Hello.
Hello there.
Can I help you?
Can you?
That's a good question.
Can you help me?
Things are moving.
Okay. Now that grenade's been thrown.
You seek a great general.
Well, they might get one.
They might.
None of us have had a great general. Because we've tried keeping the total violence down to a minimum.
Mm-hmm. There's that other airship. Like the ones that were ordered earlier. You sit over here. That's why I have Orlin completely surrounded.
You know, you're gonna run out of Ethereum soon.
I am.
And you chose to not get the technology that would give you the building that makes Ethereum.
That's okay.
You do have unlimited Lubar.
Yep. That'll never go away.
He's got that in spades.
It's too bad that I'm sure Sam's at work and stuff like that. Because I'm sure that he was wanting this to happen a long time ago.
He was. He'd be all over this. He'd be screaming right now.
All the troop movements, and we're all
In glee.
and we are all fully 10 times as powerful now than we were back then.
Yes.
It's
Back
like when-
then, it was like 4 or 5 units. Like, oh, move that guy.
That was when William invaded Eric with like 3 or 4 units and like a couple naval units, and now it's fully like fleet here, global conflict.
Like a fleet for he, a fleet for she. Who cares?
Everyone gets a fleet.
Like, we have fronts now.
Everyone's aiming guns. It's like, how far can this gun go?
Like, how accurately can I aim this gun at any particular area?
By the way, a fun thing you can do with battleships is I believe they can fire their barrage while in port.
Mm-hmm.
So what you can do as a desperate measure is you can have a battleship and hide it inside a port city, and that's an extra artillery gun.
Mm-hmm.
The big negative to that is if the city falls, you just lost a battleship as well.
Mm-hmm. That'd be good, though.
Useful tactic. They won't let you do that in the World War II mod.
A very wide net around me.
It's
Oh,
fine.
this could be so violent. It's like just like shaking my head. It's like, we've spent the past 300 years building up these arsenals.
I've never done any Civ with this many units, so I don't even, my mind doesn't even know where to start.
Well, you see, that means that you haven't had the kind of war to where you're losing units in the front, and you have to keep building units back home to replenish
Yeah, not
units that you know
really.
you're going to lose in the front. Not only have you not had a Civ war with this many units, you've not really had a war with a player before.
Mm-hmm. Nope,
Where they're
it's
like
never
having
happened.
thoughts and planning and strategy and stuff.
The only multiplayer Civ I've done has been co-op based.
It's a
It's
totally
like, well,
different
co-op's
experience.
not a thing with this scenario at all. I made that very clear when we started. I was like, we're not friends. You should know that we're not friends. And I said at the very beginning, any deals we make will be very shaky and temporary. Like, I lined that out at the very start. Like, that's just the way it is on here. The AI's that way too. The AI for this scenario are very cutthroat. And the moment you show weakness, they come and they bludgeon you to death.
Are you about to make more?
No, I was just seeing.
It's like, blah, 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 blah,
It's
I
like
get to
let's not play that game.
I was seeing things. It's fine. I'm not making more.
Okay.
The one thing I've been behind on is gliders. It's like I haven't really made many of them. I think I have 2 or 3. I'm waiting until Sky Fortresses happen, and I'm gonna have 1 glider per airship I own. William, there's a very good chance this might be your last turn in peace. So
Oh, I know.
it's like you better make it count.
People are talking about firing guns everywhere.
Like, ultimatums were sent, plans have been hatched. I'm not. You should know I'm not sure about what I'm doing. I don't have confidence.
What does that mean? What?
I see a path for you to fuck me really hard.
I don't.
I do.
Okay.
But I don't see a way around it. So I'm just gonna have to brute force through it.
You can hope I just don't see it, which is entirely possible.
It's straight up like the UK and the USSR and the Allies. It's like, you're a communist fuck and I hate you, but
We
this other
need
guy
each
might be
other.
a threat to my existence.
That is important.
I have to hope that all my planning after all these years and all my placements were correct. All these decisions I made 5 to 6 stream sessions ago.
You were making plans? I wasn't.
I have had plans in the background of what I was doing. I wasn't just doing things. I actually have a strategy that I'm employing for victory. But you people keep fucking with it. And you don't even know you're fucking with it, but you are. You do things where I'm like, in my head, I'm like, you fuck. It's like, in the distant future, if we ever wanted to, we could do this again with this scenario, since we now know it, you know? And I have additional mods I would add into it that would make it even faster paced. And make the opening bit faster, and we could have more people, so that... Oh, that was real well timed.
It was.
Dong.
They just keep ringing the bell.
Ding dong.
Ring the bell. Everybody watching, ring the bell.
Make sure you ring that bell and follow me and do all that shit. Hello.
It's time.
I'm scared, Papa.
I
News
am
has
too.
news has reached everybody. It's like a war. Oh,
I
war,
am also...
war between the powers.
I'm very nervous. As I said, I'm very unsure of myself here. All my home battleships I've had. There's something in my eye. It's a traitor. We gotta sail across the sea, so you will have time to prepare.
I guess if I've got the time.
You have some time, because I gotta sail there.
I've never seen so much movement in Civ. Like the only time I've seen more movement was the World War II.
I've done some pretty large-scale wars in the not World War II setting before, so...
I will say, Jordan, this is my first time doing like a large scale war against another player as well.
Oh, interesting. I'm a
I've never done
veteran.
any war against a player.
I've done small scales, but large scale is a different beast altogether.
Logistics.
People keep ending games before we get to that point.
Yeah,
They don't finish games for some reason.
for some weird
Like-
reason.
Logistics is key. It's like these wars can be won by planning.
All those innocent people.
They are the enemy. Like, meanwhile, down here,
But by the way,
literal Luddites with sticks.
there's nuclear war happening, and there's still people with sticks.
Not only that, but they think that it's good enough to use in battle.
Yeah. They're really, really wrong.
Like, so I have 3 main fleets. I have the Southern Fleet, the Home Fleet, and the Frontier Fleet. The Home Fleet has 3 battleships in it. Don't forget anything.
Yeah.
Okay. So I now officially, the cities that are going to grow, since I micromanage them, I officially have to write them down every turn now. Because I now have to manage so many units, I'll forget. So I have to look at this every turn and then like just write them down every time.
We're getting to that point.
I can manage a lot of cities at once, like 20 cities is about my limit. But if I'm also doing a large-scale war, I start forgetting stuff. Hey, Florence, who said that you couldn't be my ally? I told you that was okay.
They were sneaking away from you. Oh, of
Slap you.
course.
It's like, who do you think?
Oh.
It's like, who do you... Oh, in 5 turns, I'm gonna get one of those, and then 10 turns after that, I'll get another one. I don't even know what I'm gonna get, honestly. Maybe these. Getting wall-to-wall wonders would be nice. I mean, wall-to-wall golden ages. Just have one continuous golden age that lasts 30 turns, basically.
That'd be nice.
Because I'm gonna get in 5, I'll get that, and then that. Yeah, so I could get one of the ones there, so that'll make it to where this golden age will have lasted like 24 turns.
Ooh.
The die has been cast.
I'm scared.
Ayala
I'm so
Acta Est.
scared. I'm so very scared.
Now it's your turn.
There's...
Or you can sit it out and see how things go on the
No.
other end for a bit.
What is the difference? Like, so what does air sweep do again?
So air sweep is you go out and you engage enemy fighters. Interception is defense.
Okay.
So that's very important because in the future the main purpose of the flyers will be to be on the airships, and you want to reach out and kill enemy airships, enemy gliders before they can attack your airships.
Mm-hmm.
So
Let's do some production first.
Yeah, I also have been pausing making more units as soon as the war started, because the Tesla coil happened the moment, and I was like, oh, well, I need to make this everywhere.
Do I know what things are?
I'm very curious as to what William's total strategy is going to be.
Aren't we all?
It's like
But I
I
would
also
love to know
wondering. I wish I knew how to military. That'd be very nice.
Like I was saying before, when you guys were in that standoff, I was like, whoever fires first is going to have a massive advantage. It's one thing being able to see the other player's screen when it's their turn. It's quite another when it's time and you have the fog of war there. It's like, where was everything again?
I know.
You have like vague remembrances. But then the generals are like, well, we need specific ranges. And it's like, I don't.
Like, can you just figure it out?
We might get some airship on Navy combat here in a second. If you take Vedria, you're gonna have even more fucking guard because he's got 2 veins right there. That's gonna be like
That is a
another 20.
lot.
You're gonna fully go over 100.
Oh, we get that city-state fun.
Yeah, Prague has been an early supporter of Vedria, and they have naval shore guns that they're gonna fire upon your ships with.
They are. Wonder.
Vedria's got a pretty high fucking defensive score, by the way. The
It's-
actual city.
It does.
You're fully gonna need like battleships barraging it with artillery on the ground and support for a while potentially. It's gonna be quite a siege. He's about to shoot back, which is scary. It's like, oh,
I know.
I forgot you can do that.
That is
Oh!
important.
Like they let that happen?
I didn't know that was allowed.
I thought it was just me. Am I making any terrible mistakes, Alex?
If you were, it'd be difficult for me to say. And then again, if you make terrible mistakes, that might not be a bad thing for me.
It's like maybe it's just fine for you.
Yeah, it's like if your side of the war goes terribly and mine goes great. But on the other flip side, if we both try sabotaging our own war efforts, hoping that the other guy loses, then we'll both lose, and then William will suddenly win. So it's a very tedious balance that's happening here.
It is.
Very interesting, in fact.
It's like in a perfect world, your war on that front will be very intense, and you'll just beat the shit out of each other while I just take a bunch of stuff. That would be my preference.
I'm sure you would love that.
Like you
Like,
guys.
I'm
just
sure
beat
you'd
the
be
shit
very
out of
happy
each
with
other.
that.
Quite.
Well, I'm like, ooh, I'll put a flag on this and this. You're still really at risk with your mercantile city-states.
Yeah.
If he was to attack those and severely damage them while you were occupying cities, you're gonna have riots.
That would happen.
Tooth and nail. Not 1 inch.
One of the highest production cities on the world is going to be pivoting entirely to war.
Isn't that kind of scary?
It is. It is. They can withdraw. It withdrew. Yeah, he's got gliders, and they hurt airships so fucking much. They do like triple damage to airships or something like that.
That's a lot.
Yeah, they hurt so bad. We're having a real futuristic war with these airships and gliders that's flying around.
Mm-hmm.
You're somehow gonna have to get land units over there
Sure are.
Yeah.
with these incredibly contested waters.
I gotta be careful about that now. Actually pressed the wrong button. It's like, oh, I launched the nukes. They've
Don't
been
do
launched.
that.
It's like I only meant to launch the small nukes, not the big nukes. It's like, have I looked correctly?
It's like whenever you hit that intern button, you can't undo that. So
I've not looked correctly.
destroyers are very effective against submarines. They actually they do like I think double damage to submarines.
Mm-hmm.
So if he reaches out and touches them, it'll hurt a lot.
What had a longer range, the battleships or the submarines?
They both have equal range, but submarines have a less view. They both have a range of 3.
Mm-hmm.
But submarines have less view, and battleships ignore terrain with their shots,
Makes sense.
whereas land masses impede torpedoes. It's like, oh, let's get out of here.
Okay.
Now he's gonna return fire.
Uh-huh. I'm scared.
He has a lot of forts in his territory, just like sprinkled everywhere.
I
He's built
know.
over a
They've
series
been made
of other
so many
conflicts.
of them.
Prague's opening fire on you.
Yep.
Good job, man.
They're getting in on it.
They have great war infantry and shit like that as well.
They do.
The city of Prague has a strength of 67, so that's quite significant. If it shot a
It is.
destroyer, it would do quite a bit of damage.
Is it a fire you have dreamt?
I see a
Like,
lot of red
now
notifications
you
there.
have now the guys come up to you and they're like, "My lord, there's a lot going on."
A lot has suddenly happened.
He doesn't really have to worry about happiness that much because he's the defender, so he's not going to have to worry about possibly occupying a bunch of territories.
Yeah.
Whereas we are. You have access to your unique building now.
Sure fucking do. We're just gonna... No, probably not be a great idea.
Are you gonna just
Those
bankrupt
buildings
yourself
are very
and do
expensive.
that?
Yeah. I've bought many of those unique buildings so far in this playthrough. Oh, here's a little fun thing for you. I'm just gonna give this to you, right? If you cancel that airship and don't build the Taurus dynamo, you can actually build the Sydney Opera House before I do. But if you do that, Vedria has to spend 8 turns building that instead of military units throughout this war.
Yeah, that's not
You would be 1 turn ahead of me if you did that right now.
I don't know if that one's worth it. Yeah, I don't
Because
think
of the awesome industrial might of Vedria, even though I started it 2 turns before you, you could still beat me by a turn with it. Okay, the sad trumpets have stopped. I don't know if submarines can shoot airships. Can they?
They can.
Amazing.
Wow, I love submarines.
Shoot those torpedoes right into the air.
Mhm.
I thought they probably could, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Submarines are awesome. They're just not good against destroyers, is their only weakness. I will also say, you having your gliders on intercept won't really mean anything.
Oh, okay.
Because his gliders aren't going to be able to reach you.
Fair.
If he had Sky Fortresses and had his own gliders on his airships, that'd be one thing. But the only purpose your gliders are going to be are to use their ranged attack against the airships that come within range.
And I guess they're not in range yet.
I don't know. You hit the ground attack button.
That one may be.
Yeah,
Wrong
that's
one.
how you would do it. You hit the ground attack button, and then you order them to shoot at an airship.
Why are you going over there?
It's probably a UI glitch.
Yeah. One tile out.
Do not, unless the unit has 1 health point, do not have a flyer strafe a ground unit or something like that. Their attack is way too small. Their strength is way too low. You really only want them fighting enemy airships or other gliders. They crashed on those buildings. He's got a general.
Sure do.
Oh.
All of his ground units are going to have a 25% bonus. Thank God his admiral died in that other war. Thank God that curse.
Can you imagine if he had both of them?
That would be fuckery. Is what that would be.
Yeah.
He would just be slightly better than us. He's going to do the big Russian artillery.
Stay the fuck away.
And all of it's going to have a 25% additional effectiveness because of that general. Coordinating the barrages. By the way, if you have the... never mind, actually, because... is it? Do we have access to the promotion, the social policy that makes it to where if you're adjacent to a friendly unit, you get a bonus? Is that on here? Yeah.
Yeah.
That works with submarines.
Ooh.
So it's actually very beneficial to have them basically operate as packs, where you have 2 of them together, and fire that way. Also, another kind of advantage that Vedre has, almost at least half of his destroyer fleet are upgraded privateers. So they have the prize ships ability, which means he can capture enemy ships with them. Which I have none of. I didn't build any privateers. I went straight to ironclads. So I don't have that at all. You're abandoning your Far East colonies, I see.
I feel
You just
there's
move in there if you wanted.
As I start planting flags.
there's a bit of a pressure point that I'm going to try to apply. But I think we're good for now. I've got ideas.
It's the right move. You tried defending everything, you would lose everything. Yeah, it's the Russian thing. You have to trade land for time.
Yeah.
Because you have the largest land empire of us all, as you pointed out many times.
Very true.
So you can trade land for time. He's gonna do that thing I said.
One turn away. We'll move up here.
Park them on the Uluru. That's a tactic you can do with airships, by the way, to protect them from ground troops. If they get low health, you can fly them there for a bit. the destroyers are capable of intercepting.
Ah.
They do that with all stuff. So when airships are at sea, you want to keep destroyers close to them, or else his glider attack there would have taken like no damage.
You can't have that.
If a damaged ship is stationed inside a city, it will heal slightly faster, but it's more efficient to have it heal where it's at, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's like, it'll heal 20 points if it's in your territory, but I think 25 if it's in a city. You order them on a suicide mission in the heart of the enemy fleet.
Getting right in there.
Gotta take out that sub.
Just riding in with explosives packed in the ship. We're gonna really view how dominating airships are to combat. As your airships creep in closer to Williams' airships, we're gonna get the first airship on airship battle.
Actually, go back here. Switch it out. Get a good rest and some drink in ya.
Also, towns give defensive bonuses. The little towns.
These little towns.
Yeah, they give I think a 15% combat bonus. So stationing artillery and stuff like that is beneficial because they'll have some resistance to bombardments and the like. You can actually build towns without cutting down the trees. So if you had a hill that's forested and you built a town on top of it, that would have a defensive rating that's pretty close to a fort's.
Ooh. All right. Now over
Now
here.
there's this front, the western front. 96. Ouch, good ball.
Ouchie, wouchie.
Oh fuck, we're gonna get into unit buying a lot, aren't we?
I've been anticipating it.
Which one of us has Big Ben? I think you do, because I think Eric had Big Ben.
No, I got Big Ben. I made
Okay.
that happen.
No, he has
I
it.
do.
No, I thought, okay.
It's right there, yeah.
Which one did I have happen?
So he has a 25% fucking decrease on conscripting the masses. If he gets the militarism social policy, which further decreases it by another 33%, he'd have almost half off, well, over half off on purchasing units. And then he can fight us all day.
I plan on it.
Yeah, I have to move my stuff all the way from home.
It's a long way.
It is a long way, and although I do believe I'll be able to get them there safely, it's just gonna take time. Time is the enemy for me, and then on Jordan's front, it's that it's your home sector, so it's really fucking intense with a high density troops.
A lot of stuff here.
Lots.
This turn 416, is going to be very violent.
Like one of the most violent turns.
Probably turn 417 is probably when my first troops will have boots on the ground.
That'll be interesting.
And then we'll pivot from this like sort of war of maneuvering and artillery barrages to straight up. It's like, oh, dig the trenches, dig the trenches.
It's time.
Dig the trenches in the ocean. Dig them.
Well, I mean, your war on the Eastern Front is going to be mostly naval, whereas mine's straight up. I'm sending an army.
Yeah.
So mine's going to be desert combat in the Iraq territory and stuff like that. It spans so many different biomes.
Scipio
Scipio
Africanus.
Africanus. He's coordinating the artillery. Does the city combat, like, attack also benefit from a general? Like, when the city attacks a unit? I know that the combat strength itself doesn't, but I wonder if when it attacks, if it does. Because if that's the case, that would add, like, almost 20 points of damage onto Vedria's attack if Scipio Africanus is quote-unquote, like, coordinating the defense.
It's gonna hurt. You know you don't have
That's
to do
enough
this,
to,
Jordan.
like, have the health of a fucking Great War infantry every turn.
You don't have to do this, Jordan.
It would be real uncool to pull out of this war after
It sure
after
would,
it was
wouldn't it?
decided that would happen.
Be like really uncool.
That'd be real uncool.
Leave the
To
hill
just like
folk.
suddenly stop.
The hill
They
folk
got
are
a
not
they got a
important.
telegram that a big fucking war happened. It's like the lights don't matter. Let them have the desert.
Can airships capture units?
Yes. They just can't take cities.
Interesting. Well, no, you're not gonna let me pass, are you?
They're like, no.
No.
Okay.
Why would we?
Keep building then.
Like, why
Build
would
forever.
we?
Build until you can't build anymore. Do your duty.
That'll distract his one of his youths for a time.
Very true.
Trade bodies for time. Oh,
Every
now
minute
I got
counts.
my own casualty reports.
Defense in depth, boys. Defense in depth.
But I hate that noise, and I'm gonna hate it a lot more.
It's a bad noise. It's a bad noise.
We're
Look at
gonna
how
be
many
hearing a
things I
lot.
get when I build a castle because of the various bonuses I have stacked with it. All the pluses a castle gives me. That's wonderful.
Build them everywhere.
Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty then.
Alrighty then. Just think, Jordan. Is it worth expending all the effort?
I would bloody well hope so, because you're the one that suggested it. Mr. Orlay. You must understand.
Vedria will be the best defended city in the world. Do you want to do this?
Napoleus's.
Barely. For now.
I built the Kremlin, if I remember correctly, so... I got a lot of shit spread all over the fucking place. It's really hard to mobilize. I ordered a worker down here at one point, but who knows when they'll even get down here.
The orders they might as well have been issued 5 million years ago. At some point early in the Adeptus Ministorum's career.
Just don't like
wrong.
what? Everything?
It's like I sent him forward. It's like, I don't like this. Turn back.
Something wrong.
Don't turn back, please God.
Look at that movement that some of my more veteranized airships have.
It's huge.
A lot.
Eric, their airships start off with +2 movement, so their airships that out of the factory have that much movement.
I thought that was yours.
No, I don't get bonuses with that. It was Eric who got the movement bonuses and stuff.
Oh.
Their unique unit is an aircraft factory that increases their production speed on gliders and airships as well.
Well, good thing I knocked them out early.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Is that it? Oh, I almost forgot those cities I wrote down. I wrote them down and still almost forgot about them. And Dover. I made Dover not that long ago, and it's already became a pretty prosperous city. It's like the speed at which we develop cities like really scales up real hard in this like scenario.
Yes, it does.
Like to the point to where it's like it takes 100 years to do something, to where it's like, oh, in like a few turns, it's like a proper industrialized mecha now. Now you get your own casualty reports. All of us have our own casualty reports. I'm sending the lads.
Should I just heal them?
That's up to you. I personally really hate healing because I feel like it's a waste. But if the unit dies, it's also a waste. But you got a whole Vedrian fleet over there.
So let's pull in some. I hate that noise so much, and I want it to stop. I want it to stop.
Well, I'll tell you, the third turn into a war is when the casualties tend to crescendo, because that's when, after all the units have been damaged a lot. So by turn 3 of the war, that's when it's like,
8,000.
everyone
I
dies.
have 8,000 fucking gold.
Yeah. You make a lot of money and you get back-to-back, gold majors a lot. I'm having so many thoughts. There are so many
Here
knives.
to share any?
No, not particularly. I just
Oh,
feel like I
okay.
just need to sharpen this knife. Don't worry about it.
Remember,
I'd like to know.
you're
what
just allies in the
thoughts.
war. That doesn't mean you're allies.
I know. I need to know if there's anything I need to know. You know?
Well, at this point, it wouldn't even really help him to tell you anything.
We just have our own theaters. There will be no joint commands going on.
My offer
That would
still
just increase the
stands.
likelihood of us shooting at each other. As one of us smells blood, it's like, oh, kill his army. So it'd be best if, even though we're on the same side, kind of, our soldiers stay far away from each other. Jordan and I entered into this alliance with the full awareness that it means that he and I are going to have a war later that's going to be even bigger than this one.
Isn't that a fun alliance?
Yeah.
You know that war's gonna go real quick if you throw away all your manpower trying to take my homeland and fail.
Well, if that happens, that means that you could potentially come back at us. Because usually, I mean, if you know.
Theoretically.
Right now, we have the benefit that you're out on war on 2 fronts. So as long as Jordan and I both apply a little bit of pressure every turn, we should be able to overwhelm. Even if it becomes, if we're going to be able to swiftly take our objectives.
I don't know why that's the song that came to mind, but it did.
I will say a bit of a strategic blunder that you and I are both doing is that you and I are both decided, it's like, we won't make any units. You and I are both making buildings, whereas right now William has gone full hard military production.
I just love the buildings so much.
I
though.
do as well, and I just unlocked the Tesla coil, and I fucking want to build them.
I just want more everywhere. Is that so much that it's like? Is that so bad?
It is a
so
bit of a
bad.
strategic blunder because next turn we're going to roll into a time to where you're going to build buildings where those could have been fresh new troops.
Yeah.
He's getting an adjacent unit bonus because he's keeping his fucking navy clustered together. He gets a little 15% there.
Yeah.
You gotta tighten up the groups. You gotta fight arm in arm. Could you imagine if one of us didn't heavily invest points in fucking militarism? Because we all
Ooh.
eventually did.
Mhm.
If we got
It's
to this
scary.
point and one of us didn't,
That would be horrific.
real
It would be
scary.
where
real
it's like,
quick.
oh, you're stabbing, ah! You know?
It would be real quick, that war.
I would.
There would be one big stab, and then everything else would fall apart.
Because I think all of us have the discipline bonus, and I think all of us have the.
Yeah.
I think all of us have nationalism now, which means
We-
that
we
whenever
all
you
went for
get,
that.
whenever you get on his borders, he's gonna get a. Oh, he has a Jimmy Castle as well,
Mm-hmm.
so he's gonna get like a 30. That's why his ironclads didn't just die when I shot at it with the airship, and I had to attack it multiple times. He probably had like a 40% bonus because it was in his territory.
A lot of bonuses.
I was wondering why it didn't just die instantly. That's probably why, because he has a Jimmy Castle, which I think a Jimmy Castle is an Eric. I think. Is it?
Probably.
If it's an Eric, I need to definitely take Eric right now, because it'd be nice if you didn't have that bonus.
Could you do that for me?
I'm
Do you
working.
mind?
I'm
Would
sending
you-
the lads. They're in the boats.
Um,
I gotta clear the fucking landing area first.
Every turn's real slow now.
There's a lot of things that have to be done.
You just have to like do and think.
None of us are going for Lados.
Nope.
No one's made any attempts
We-
to go
we're
down there and
not.
take that. We're like, no, I don't need that.
I don't want it. You can have that 1 million. You're good. I won't take that at any point.
I don't plan on living there.
Have I been correct? Is everything as it should be?
I mean, I would prefer other things. It depends on how you want your overall strategy to be.
Ooh, to win.
Well, there are two different ways you can do that. You can just try to, like, on a strategic level, where that would be we outnumber him, so you can just, like, conservatively move up. Or on a tactical level. If you wanted to win on a tactical level, you would need to be more aggressive than you currently are.
Thought I was being really aggressive.
You're not.
Oh.
You have a load of units that you're not committing. You don't have to commit them because we outnumber him enough that the steady pressure could be enough. But if you lean too much into that, it would only take him a couple of upsets here and there to make things worrisome for us.
I want to win now. Can I win now? Is there a way to win now?
Well, there's a high casualty way to win now, and that would be to flood your airships into the area and not care about the potential losses from the glider attacks, the inevitable glider attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Because the airships would have enough strength to clear out a lot of his destroyers, and then your submarines can finish off the battleships. But if you do that, you're going to have wounded airships that can then be gunned down by the gliders. That's what I meant by you can be more aggressive and just take it. But if you do that, you're going to have higher casualties. So it's up to you. It's how you want your strategy to play out. I tend to be more aggressive in my way of doing things.
I want to win. I want to not lose.
It's doing that thing I said where it has one more move yet, so it
yeah.
doesn't want to go into the sea.
I want to win.
Hello.
Wow.
I will say with everyone, with your airships, especially because they're going to start getting a lot of promotions now, you want to get the 2 mobility ones,
Mm-hmm.
because when you get the 2 mobility ones, you then unlock Blitz, but it's called something different. I think it's called Logistics on there. It allows you to attack twice per turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then after you unlock that, you get the auto repair one, which allows your ship to heal itself. You got a great admiral.
Look at you.
I don't have one of those.
Ooh, what should I be doing with them? Ooh.
So the Great Admiral gives like a 15% bonus to all naval units that are within 2 tiles of it. It also has a special ability that makes it to where it automatically heals all the naval units around it. But that consumes the unit.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want him to be useful, you need to send him out there.
To like anyone in particular?
You want him underneath a unit because he's a civilian unit. So
Yeah, so like...
You want him underneath a unit that is got health, so he can't just rush in and kill him. He may potentially try to rush in and kill him, though, because that is quite a boon.
It is. Is there anyone particularly?
Well, goddamn, that means that at Vedria, he has a general, which will be stacking the bonuses on top of all the other bonuses I met, and you have an admiral.
Uh-huh.
It just gets more and more violent every day.
My offer still stands, Jordan.
Your offer's poo. Your offer is real poo.
It could work out real
I
well
got dragged
for you.
into this conflict by you, Orlay. I don't want to hear any idea.
Now that you dragged him out of his den, it would be rather easy to grab him by the neck and chop it off.
Whereabouts should I be putting old Peter Tordinskjold?
Tordinskjold?
The battleship on the left or the battleship on the right is where I would put him.
There. Is that what you're saying?
That one's on the left, and then there's another one on the right side, and I'd put him in one of those spaces.
Kind of like this. Like that one. More complicated now.
Now you have leadership who's trying to coordinate everything, and your ships can't heal in neutral or enemy territory, so they have to go back to your airships. I believe also follow the same rules as the naval units do in that regard.
Okay.
Actually, no, they don't. It's just naval units. The naval units have to be in friendly territory to heal.
Can you do it?
Look at all those bonus. Whenever you hover over there, look how many buffs you're getting on in that.
A lot.
By the way, flanking bonus.
There we go.
For every unit you have adjacent to a unit that you're attacking, you get a small bonus called a flanking bonus, by the way. So it's useful to position your units first and then attack. He already got his Great Admiral, so he's not going to get one again for a long time, even though he is doing quite a lot of naval combat now. Because he's theoretically getting experience towards one every time we attack him as well. Except for the submarine torpedo shots, that's not good.
Interesting.
When you shoot him with torpedoes, it gains nothing. I imagine the citizens of Espoo are like, this is getting closer and closer.
Am I being appropriately aggressive now?
Yeah, this is more the more aggressive route. Yeah. But you can see the thing I've talked about, where next turn you're possibly, well, whenever he takes over, you're probably going to lose an airship and at least a destroyer.
Yeah. Well, that happens.
You should be hyper aware of the terrain, by the way. There is a possible way for you to get caught in a situation to where your units are stuck in like a strait or in between islands, and his navy like blocks you in and he just shells you from the land, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's a possibility in this type of situation. So you need to be hyper aware of the terrain around you.
Okay. What?
Have a Baltic Sea with the British Navy situation like in the World War II mod. It's like he came in and they had a big navy, but like the land worked against him.
Fortune favors the bold.
As long as it's not reckless and stupid.
Bold is not reckless necessarily.
All these ground troops are waiting for the order to when it's safe to go into the water. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could start embarking them, because you can put them underneath naval units.
I could.
And you could start trying to land them, but
Mm.
having a big balls naval battle while landing them at the same time could be really risky. But then again, every turn he's building more stuff.
There's a lot of stuff dead.
I did my best.
Enemy naval units, for the first time in your history, are creeping in on the Espu-Vedria Strait, and Pelesian airships are flying through the Iraq deserts.
I don't like my turn. I don't even fucking like strategy games, and I'm playing this shit.
Get out of here.
I told you to go home! Oh, he might make it.
Oh.
No.
I think he may make it. Oh, he's gonna make it.
Oh, he's gonna make it. Fine.
He needs to go home. He needs to go really home. I moved him forward, didn't see the submarine. I was like, right. Is it the stress that you don't like of it?
I just don't care about them particularly.
I love it.
I love the brain tickling stimulation.
I
like
plot.
being a person.
I like sitting here, stroking my beard, thinking of the move I'm gonna do, and thinking about how
I don't.
stupid the enemy is. So, I don't think there's any promotions you can get that can make it so you're better.
It's fine.
Look at all that smog.
It's beautiful.
So beautiful.
We're seeing flyers fully in action.
Mm-hmm. Getting into that awkward time where the people you could put in front are also hurt.
We're gonna have to tell the people on Discord that this is it. This is the stream. It's like, this is the VOD to watch. Where it's like, if you wanted to see the violence, like we made it.
Yeah, it finally happened. It didn't happen any of the other times, but it finally is here. I'm sure Sam would be interested.
That artillery piece can reach some of his units from right there.
That's what I was just thinking.
I don't know why you tell him things.
I don't know. He was about to make a decision that was really wrong, and I didn't like it. I know that
But
that's not.
it
I know.
It would
but-
literally help you.
I know, but it was so wrong. It bothered me.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry.
Well, you almost sabotaged him. You sent out fucking encoded messages that almost sent his artillery into the Davy Jones locker.
I'd really rather you didn't.
I didn't mean to.
You see, he's in a situation that when he gets promotions, he definitely is going to want to do the healing ones. And if he does, that will suck.
We're pushing.
He has a very large air fleet he has not committed yet.
Speaking of,
It's like he has a very large air fleet. Time for that big airship on airship, air fleet on air fleet combat. They just crumble and break.
That's real annoying.
They're very short range. Like I said, I don't really even intend to use those at all until Sky Fortresses happen. I had a game where I made some in different cities and their range was so short I could not rebase them. And so there were some stranded and I was like, well, fuck these bastards.
Don't need them anyway.
Because whenever you're rebasing air units, it's twice as much as what their range is, and their range is so fucking small that it's even hard to rebase them somewhere else. Another mechanic that was in Civ 4 that's not in this at all is war weariness, by the way. And that would be affecting all of us. Like, as a war goes on and as you lose more units, people back home start saying, I don't like this war. But they don't have that in Civ 5.
We did it, boys.
He has a lot of battleships.
I've been preparing for such a coalition.
I have a lot of battleships, but they're thrown all over the fucking world. I got 2 in my southern fleet, and 2 in my western fleet, and 3 in my home fleet. So they're all over the place. Literally on different parts of the planet. As I say, you could if you wanted, if you really wanted to, sink my submarine, but it would sacrifice that submarine. Natural harbor is wonderful. It does look like that submarine is leaking a lot from how you placed it there.
It's fine.
By placing it there, with how he has it situated, it means it's going to be virtually impossible for me to land troops close to Uruk. I'm going to have to land them far outside of Uruk and march there.
Which works for me.
Because between the artillery, the city defenses, the battleship, and the fucking submarine guarding the harbor, it means I'm not going to be able to get in there. So he's slowing me down. Just means it's going to take longer for me to get in.
Maybe
there.
just go faster.
Oh, I can hit this. Interesting.
That submarine also had a land promotion, I think.
Yeah.
I think some of you have done
remember.
promotions with it without
I
looking.
remember that one.
It's like, oh. I don't like my western side. It's not like I don't have a net over my entire western like frontier like I do on the home frontier, or like every
fair.
movement I'd be able to see and be like, hey, and immediately respond. It's a bunch of open water over there on the far west of me. I was planning on building a bunch of fortresses over there, but then the war came.
Everything changed when the war came. I think you're good. Is there anything any of you guys can do? You can still strafe. You can do that. Well, no, they're out of range. That's right.
Yeah,
Just out of range.
I'll have you know this war started on turn 415 and it is only 417.
Lots of things have happened, okay?
Feels like it's been going on for years.
Fuck you.
He stole your
So
money and
rude.
ran.
It's so rude of you.
Don't do that to
Like
me.
that does like nothing.
I know
He's
it
just
does
being
nothing.
rude.
It's just rude.
You like just I have a table that has like had a little pile of gold on it and you like took a couple dollars from me. It's like,
and
okay.
ran off and kicked a table over.
I more just imagine
okay.
you just had your dining room table and it's all nice and clean, and I just waltzed into your home and spat on it and walked out.
It's very rude of you.
Go home. Go home right now. And don't get sunk by fucking archers from the Luddites. That'd be embarrassing. With your, like, fucking 6 hit points.
It's a lot of boys you got coming.
It is.
You know, Jordan, you're losing a lot of ships over on that other front.
Well, I'm gonna lose a lot of infantry potentially, so just playing mind games with you.
I'm just saying, there are options.
Always options.
He's not your friend. He wants you to lose.
You're not his friend either.
It's like, so stop acting like he's friend. At least I've made it clear that I'm gonna stab him eventually. I gotta pull out the rulers. We've gotten to that stage.
Leave them alone.
Ta-da.
They didn't do anything to you.
I threw a net on them.
Take them up like the fucking things in War of the Worlds.
My airships are just gonna start wandering through your territory.
Can you don't?
Do you have auto repair? Yeah, they have auto repair stuff.
Can you don't, sir?
It's the future. Okay, next turn I should be able to start my offensive.
There's only so many turns I can go.
Next turn I should be able to. I haven't stalled it. I'm going as fast as my ships can carry me. That's not within range, is it? 1, 2, 3. Okay. That would have buggered my willy if it was. We've made progress.
Oh, good.
We've seized a frontier.
You've seized the island that you've been wanting to take for a long time.
That island tried. As soon as I took this island, they're like, "This iron's mine, right?" It's like, no, it's Norwich's. We have treaties that back this up.
Hello.
Let's back up from that. There are so many things. How close am I to getting a fucking admiral? Pretty close. You should really go down here.
15 years in the future, some random civilian gets down there and it's like, didn't you tell me to come down here?
Let me write that down real quick.
Big things are happening.
Fucking ants. Every goddamn summer I get infested with these tiny little black ants. Every fucking summer. And I gotta spray all over the house. My father keeps saying he's gonna buy these kind of stuff we can put outside to go help it, and
It never happens.
Yeah, just real quick. It's like, I know that your friend's been real violent, and all, but I took an island.
Oh, good.
I've seized an island.
You know you can put
Very
a stop
happy
to
for
this.
you.
I reduced his military supply.
That
He has a
milita-
lot, though.
That military supply I wasn't even using.
He has, like, a lot.
It makes it closer to what ours is like.
And just so happens to help yours too, right?
Yes. Once I annex it officially. It's like, I don't know why you're trying to prod Jordan so much, because he's the one who put forward the idea of this partition.
I was.
So
Yeah,
why
but-
are you focusing on him?
Because you decided to do this a long time ago and he didn't.
I didn't.
I don't believe you.
I didn't.
How rude.
Oh God, those torpedoes went so high.
It's like, how did they get up there? How'd they do that? Okay. I just feel like I need to breathe. I'm not breathing enough. I need to just breathe more.
Just aim the submarine upwards and fire the torpedo.
Okay, if it works.
It can't fire at land targets. It's like, if you're on the land, you're safe from the scourge of the sea, the torpedo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's rude.
Isn't it, though?
It's like, wags the finger. It's like, you're rude.
Like, you're very, very rude.
Come on, then. Have some fish juice.
Yeah. It's still nasty.
They have big hoses where they're spraying fish.
Come on, have some.
We spray it on each other during ship-to-ship warfare, like Byzantine
Take
fire.
it.
It's horrible. It makes me surrender. They start throwing up uncontrollably.
It does horrible morale damage.
It's like in that show, Would You Rather?
Oh,
Yeah.
The episode where he drinks, he slams down some I think onion extract,
Mm.
and then he just starts vomiting, and he's just like,
Just
"What did you do to
instant-
me?"
It's like instant too. He's just like, what's happening?
It's like a waterfall comes out of him into the trash can, and then he just starts screaming. It's like, "What did you do to me?" And then he just starts throwing up some more.
It's terrible.
And he's like in mid scream. He's like, "Ah!" And he starts throwing up again.
Oh, that sounds awful.
It is.
Have you ever seen that show?
I vaguely remember it.
It's horrible.
I remember X Factor too, and that was
And
similar.
I don't think they're ever gonna do it again.
I hope not. That's
I think
like
it just went away.
that's just abuse. It's not even like a specific.
Would You
type of
Rather's
abuse.
really bad.
I
How-
showed it to them all.
Yeah, how it works is they get posed a question, you know, the standard internet would you rather stuff,
Mhm.
and they have to decide which one they're gonna do, and at the end they see what the internet poll said,
Mm.
and if
what
the
they
thing
would have done.
and if the thing that they chose was not what the majority of people on the internet chose, then they have to do the other thing as well. And they are extreme, the things they do.
Mhm.
Like, would you rather get shot by a rubber bullet or tased?
Oh.
Or would you rather? It was like, would you rather watch pornography with your parents or describe like your first sexual
the
experience
first time.
to your parents or something like that?
Why would someone do
Or would you
this?
like to permanently tattoo freckles onto your face forever?
Oh.
Or shave every hair off of your body?
Are these all things from other episodes?
They did these
Yes.
things.
Oh.
They did all those.
They both had tramp stamps because one of them was like, would you rather get a
Mhm.
lower back tattoo, and then the other one was really bad, and they both got lower back tattoos in the episode because they were like, let's do this. There's an episode
I
following.
guess this is the best.
There's an episode following that where they're naked for a bit, and you see the back tattoos. It's like, oh yeah, they did that.
They did
Yeah.
it.
Like the continuity there.
They did, in fact, do it.
There's a lot of stuff.
You can get your stuff out.
Here's where we get into situations of I don't really know.
You just don't know what to do.
You could leave.
I don't know where I don't know what I need to be doing right now because
told
there's too
you.
much.
I told you don't have to do it. It's still an out.
Like I'm stuck in there.
Keep in mind, I've lost one ship. Well, 2 ships, I guess. And you lost 5?
You've also lost ground.
He's lost ground, and he has more than you.
Another one.
Another one bites the
The
dust.
submarine crewmen have the tally marks. If this was Brave New World, would have trade lanes and stuff like that. We'd have to think about as well.
It's not. It's just
I
not.
thought about it, and I don't think that Brave New World would function with this scenario at all. I
don't
was
think
thinking
it
about
would.
it, and
It's
like,
just too much. There's too much.
the trade routes thing could be really fun because mustache twisty corporate.
But
But there's other mechanics that Brave New World introduces that I think would cause this scenario to be horribly unbalanced.
I imagine your men are gearing up for a full-on D-Day style invasion.
Yeah.
Gotta hype themselves up and everything.
Yeah.
You might have to do a motherland calls because you might have high casualties when you land on those beaches.
I think so. I think that's what'll happen.
Because you're currently sending a land army that's not as big as the land army I'm sending, and I'm attacking a position that's way less defended. You see, I thrive in this. I love just like thinking of it
I don't.
and the maneuvering.
Do it. I'll have you know I paid good money for that airship.
Bet you did.
I mean, he was talking about the losses you had. You could just go back home and buy a bunch of destroyers right now. You have enough money.
That's true.
It's like you
About
did just
one or
lose a
two.
bunch, but you can just replace them. It's 920 per destroyer. You could buy like 4 of them right now.
No. Yeah. in love and Germany. Going on tour.
He's about to shoot back.
Uh-huh.
You have so many airships that are within range of his gliders. However, his gliders have been like doing full-on RAF defend Britain type of stuff, and they're gonna start taking cumulative damage from it. And he's gonna have them stop for a turn soon, or have them fly until they crash and replace them with factories. That's another potential strategy that could be done, because I think they are relatively low cost to build.
I guess I'm doing good.
None of us have any amphibious units, unfortunately. And this mod has very limited experience gain. You have Brandenburg Gate and Dalmace, don't you?
Yes.
Let me think. I think maybe when you make no, you wouldn't be able to. No, maybe. I think if you got the rough promotion, I think after that you can get amphibious. And I think with Brandenburg Gate and with a barracks, Dalmace would be able to have 2 promotions when you make a land unit. So you could make infantry in Dalmace whose specific goal is to be amphibious to do naval landings.
Theoretically speaking.
That's something none of us can do because you're the only one who has an experience building that's not a barracks, because only the barracks is available in this scenario. They really want to limit how much fucking experience you have in this scenario for your troops. They don't want you having super elite troops all over the place.
I feel like there's a good reason for that, though.
They want you to have quantity.
Am I being correct? I don't know how to do military.
If you sent that destroyer forward, you wouldn't get a kill, and all that would do is make it to where he can easily shell it back with the city and stuff like that, and you would lose the destroyer without gaining anything. Think of it as numbers. It's like you can break down all this military stuff into just numbers.
I don't know numbers.
It's like
The computer science guy doesn't know numbers.
I forgot how to do numbers when I learned calculus.
That's fair.
I gave up on numbers.
You can only have one of the two. You're either good at arithmetic or you can do the calculus. And I went up ahead with calculus.
Well, I would say some of these more damaged ships you should send back into your territory and start having them. Because you have enough ships that you don't need to be pressing them into service. I'd say that once your ship gets down to yellow health, you can probably pull them back and then cycle them back and forth. You don't have to stay in the fight. You just need to keep the pressure going. Man, you saying that you don't like strategy, it made me think of if you were in our Empire Total War thing we're doing.
No,
Literally,
I'm not interested.
I know it's a global conflict with trade lanes and stuff like that.
I'm good.
Blap! I like the cannon sounds the airships make. The blap blap sounds.
Bap, bap. Skibby da bap bap. And a boop 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 boom boom. Skip. And the thing goes skurr. Bap bap ka ka ka. Skibbity bap bap. And a boom 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 boom.
You've taken a bit of land.
You did it! Yay!
They stole a bit of land. We're making progress. It's like 8 units dead later. It's like, we've taken this little corner.
Like, we did it, man, it's done.
You've taken a corner.
1 inch.
I've taken an island and some civilians. I've kidnapped some civilians.
Not 1 inch.
Well, I will say on this front, William has a plethora of targets. Like, everything is important.
So many that he can't attack them all.
Basically, yeah. Because all the targets there are important.
Mm-hmm.
There will be blood.
If you could potentially pivot and start shelling Espu, and then you could land and take Espu, which is less.
That's kind of what I was thinking personally.
Compared to Vedria, and I can say that because him moving troops from Vedria to Espu in this situation would be a nightmare. So you could take that, and that would make it far easier for you to hold that straight.
Theoretically.
By the way, William, you should know that I was telling Jordan that he should focus his attacks on this strait, because if he controls it, he breaks your empire in half.
That's true. But he has to take it.
No, not necessarily. He just has to contest it. Because the lion's share of the production of your empire is on the eastern side.
Well, I already wanted to take a scissors to this. To just go shh.
That's your empire's big Achilles heel. And then Jordan's big Achilles heel is this mercantile city-states that uphold his economy. And then my big Achilles heel is that I'm spread out all over the fucking earth.
Yeah, you're really
and that's
spread
really
out.
hard. As you've seen with this invasion that I'm doing, it's really difficult for me to focus on one thing. It's taken quite a trial for me to mobilize.
I'm tired.
Because if I had waited and mobilized for a really long time, saw what was happening, and he would have shifted a bunch of shit around. But look at his. Look at you. Say you're tired, but look at his list.
I'm tired.
It's like I wag my finger at you. It's like it could be worse.
I'm so tired.
Remember, you set up this fully knowing that you and I are going to have an even bigger war later, and you're going to be going against me.
I know. I'm tired.
It's like I never get tired.
You don't have to do this.
It's like
It's
on the
too
ground
late.
being
It's
stabbed.
too late.
It's like you don't have to.
No, brother, it's never too late.
It is.
You can always turn back.
No. That's just in movies.
Oh,
Turning back
submarines
just means you can shoot me in the back as I run away.
Submarines hurt so fucking much.
We saw my submarines take out his airships.
It's like I made the most of them, not realizing they could attack airships. So I'm glad I made as many of them as I fucking did. Your order of operations is important. I just realized in Vedria, you can see when he's building his unique building, his little symbol's next to the icon for his unique building over there. In the production.
Yeah.
To show that it's his unique building. We're having battleship on battleship combat. I think that's the first time that's ever happened. We've all jealously protected our battleships and our back lines this whole time. Now, for the first time, our battleships are unleashing hell on each other.
No, it's like send him to the front line. Send him right there. So many targets. Which one to go for?
It's always the question.
The stance my cat takes whenever he's taking a poo is he looks so noble. He like half hangs out of the litter box and he like puts his chest forward and like then turns his head up. And it looks like really like, oh yeah, that's why he's taking a poop.
Oh, oh, oh,
Oh, oh,
Oh! The Flyers died.
I thought that would die. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I as I said, you want to be really. I said you don't want to have them strafing targets like that.
we saw what happened there.
The battleship said, "Fuck you," and shot them out of the sky entirely. They are anti-glider, anti-airship only. It really is scary that airships can just do whatever the fuck they want. They can fight anywhere.
Just go wherever.
Gimme.
So we lost the little toehold.
Like, oh, okay.
We lost it as soon as we took it.
Go away.
I wish I could, but this is the only way I could potentially win.
You know,
I'm
we
sure
could
Jordan
work
would love
together.
to just sit back and like accumulate stats until he wins.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm sure he would.
Those casualties are making you wanna build units instead of these buildings you want to build.
No, I'm adding it onto my queue. I know what I need.
35 battleships.
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I'm strong enough.
You can quit researching, though. It's time.
Lund is another potential strategic location to take because that's a canal. And if you did that, then his naval units in the east or west would have to go all the way around the whole island. Vedria's city defense is high enough to seriously damage a battleship that's within range. God, that's pretty cool. Oh, so much moving. the distance of the war I'm doing is going to become a real problem. When my ships get damaged, I have to sail all the way back home to repair them. All the way back home. I need like a fucking refueling station on an island in between us or something. No, you fuck off!
No, you.
You fuck off!
No, you.
I am the submarine boy.
Not in my waters. What you doing in these little waters, boy?
If one was just watching the minimap, you wouldn't know how violent this war has been. Because there's just like a little tick
There was
on
a
the
single
right
blip.
side. It's like he lost one small city over there. It's like, but if you zoom in, it's like fucking cannons going off all over the fucking place.
All right.
Why is Milan starving? Oh, because your submarine is killing fishermen.
They do that. Hello.
Hello there.
Northern Passage.
The war's up there too.
The Great North.
Hello.
That's really mean of you, you know.
Just like fill that whole sector of water with fucking artillery shells until we see oil gurgle up. Boots are on the ground. The lads are here.
The boys will save us.
Warwick Brew. Over here. Do that. The industry here goes all the way up into the fucking Arctic. Send that fucking unit around like that. That was an accident. Blah. Blah.
That's real mean.
I'm flexing my battleship muscles. Now let's watch the southern approach so they don't get any fucking ideas. Alright, what are you guys gonna do? I have this air fleet here, but I'm not 100% sure what I'm gonna do with them yet. Because the rest of the army hasn't landed.
I think you should just advance.
They can't take cities.
But they
So
can
that would
damage
be,
them, surely.
but that would be foolish. I need to try to be strategic about this. Oil. Why did you go that way? I told them to go this way. They went exactly the opposite direction I told them to go.
They said, no, this is better.
This feels more right to me.
I should probably deal with this too. 'Cause they're
Can you
probably
deal
gonna
with
let-
those for me? I'm a little busy.
They might spawn units at a bad time for me, so I'm probably gonna have to deal with that while I'm at it, and maybe this as well. As you can see on the map, I've taken things. I've taken these broad circles.
It'd be really stupendously great if you could just send units this way.
I think that would be a really bad idea. Because that increases the likelihood of you and me shooting at each other.
But we won't.
You say
I
it.
don't think so, though. I really don't.
But what if we just don't?
Because I think all that would need to be is like if my force I sent over there got really damaged, there'd be a lot of you know, pressure on you to eliminate them when you have the chance.
I wouldn't. I would never.
I would never ever, while currently doing a war that you concocted.
I would never ever do that. That would be rude.
Like you say that you're not into strategy, but you are a backstabbing, scheming bastard. And I mean that in a good way. I mean that in the most positive of terms.
Of course. Of course.
So yeah, you want to get the mobility ones because that unlocks the more attacks per turn one.
I would like that.
It's very good. Obviously, airships get no defensive bonuses.
Of course.
They get no terrain defensive bonus, obviously. So
No,
those
no.
airships I have guarding those forts, that's a very temporary measure. I need troops there to properly hold those.
Okay.
There's this very far east flotilla over here.
How's it hanging?
It's alright. I guess.
Just imagine if we had like the manpower and materiel resources like the World War II mod.
I know.
Imagine how much materiel we'd be producing per turn because that shit was scaled off of production.
Oh, lots.
And the highest production cities in that game, in that scenario, got up to like 60 or 70 per turn. And it's like some of us have cities that go up to 200 a turn.
Industry.
You like stop talking to me?
We haven't even unlocked all the production buildings yet. There's like 3 more production buildings to get.
That's a lot.
It's like
That's
it's
just-
only going
that's-
to
that's
become
a lot.
more. We haven't unlocked the automated factories yet, which are ran by clockwork machine people.
Like, I think we have enough.
You should hover over the Sky Fortress thing, because I want to see how much production it takes to build one. 460, so they're significant. They're significant investments to build. That's like the equivalent to like a cutting-edge modern unit in regular Civ 5, like a modern armor or something like that.
Is there a reason why I can't hit him?
He's over land.
Because he's over land.
Oh,
He
yeah.
is on the land.
I learned.
I have the high ground, Anakin.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. You underestimate my power. Yeah.
So embarked units have their combat strength reduced by 50% while they're embarked. So if he shoots them with something, it'll hurt a whole lot. There's a couple of units that don't do that, like Conquistadors. They get to have their full combat strength while on the sea. So you can have an embarked Conquistador and attack them with like a Caravel or something at the time and lose that fight and take a lot of damage. Because Spain's like, I am Spain.
But if you didn't know,
Estoy
That's also-
España.
The Conquistador is also a unit that can found cities, the only other unit in the game that can found cities. You have a Conquistador on a continent that's not your home continent that can found a city. Torpedo that battleship. That's the target. That's your favorite target. Submarines torpedoing battleships is the best case scenario. I believe that would reach.
Okay. Wasn't sure if it would or not. Oh. Just the chunks that get taken out when that happens.
I was about to say that could be worth it. Down in the battleship. Reduces ranged fire per turn. The strait's almost in your hands.
It is.
You're above. That fort he set up era ago with artillery on it is finally going to be within range for combat because I think that
This
artillery
one?
has on it. Yeah, it's going to be able to fire at that destroyer
Yeah.
for the first time.
It's been a while, but we've been waiting. Our finger's been on that trigger for centuries.
Just waiting for the day. That's scary.
Yeah, the thing about submarines is that submarines are weak, like strength-wise. It's their attack that hurts so bad. You can do that, but that submarine might shoot back and you'll die, possibly. Airship on airship combat's violent.
It is.
They just hurt each other loads.
They're very rude to each other.
Imagine trying to explain the reasons for this war to the layman.
There's no possible way.
It's like World War I, where it's like, you see,
Like, well, because of very weird reasons.
my cousin, the Kaiser over here, and I.
We had
Ignore
some
that-
disagreements.
Ignore that we look the same.
You...
No.
I'm pressuring.
You are.
Let's just see how much good it'll do.
A lot of Vedria is like fucking hills.
It is. It's really all just sort of the worst that it could
Yeah,
possibly
it's like
be.
desert and hills with forts dotting it.
And it's home. Always has been. Always will be.
Just a huge line of submarines.
Like, oh, I'll shoot you. Don't think I won't.
If you can break through that strait, what you can do is you can position those submarines in such a way to make it to where if you tried pulling reinforcements from other city outside of the main island, you'd be able to intercept them.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want a conga line of submarines bursting into his precious, precious ocean he had to himself.
It's my ocean.
That I was about to say that he declared long ago was his.
Mare Nostrum.
And so I would really like to just take it.
And so our
And just
Legion
have
ships
it be
just need to
mine.
zigzag through it. He's about to shoot back.
Yeah, I know.
And this colossal back and
But he'll do that next time because it's
You
4 hours.
bastard.
I want to take my turn at least.
No, you don't get it.
Well, too bad. It's my stream.
No.
I want to do my shit because there's a lot of shit happening. and I'm-
Overruled.
well,
Like, he
I
wants-
don't
he
think
wants
I've been
to shoot.
overruled. Alex hasn't even voted.
I vote present.
Well, then it's my stream, so I win.
It's like, oh, look at the list, the
Such-
casualty list.
Such beautiful death.
It's like, if you think it's bad on your front, Jordan, you can have to look at the casualty list that he has when it's his turn.
I know, but it always feels like every death is just a battering me.
Every death is, in fact, a slap in the face.
You know there's a huge conga line of fucking subs there, but you can't see them, and that's
Oh, I know they're there.
They're like gonna suddenly rush you.
I'm gonna root them out.
That'd be the good thing to do.
You're gonna do my bomb that fucking section of water until they die strategy.
Yep. Keep shooting till there's oil. All of them?
I think there was multiple destroyers that intercepted it at once. It's like gliders are really effective on paper. It prevents you from being able to just move airships in on their own, but they ain't exactly fighters. I'm doing the aggressive look with my ships now. I am just sort of circling Uric at this point.
Kind of, yeah. We fight side by side, brother. Oh,
That was my cat. He came over and slapped some buttons.
your cat sabotages me, good sir.
He jumped on my desk really aggressively, knocked my mouse around, and came over and hit some buttons. He like hit 3 and 6 and enter.
Enter could potentially be a terrible, terrible button for it to press.
Yeah. I think it would do, it would shift to a different unit.
Oh, well.
Unless you done
Just like suddenly like accidentally skip a turn for a unit. It's like, oh no.
If you can do that, then it doesn't do, there is no like shift. You just hit the intern button and it's like, oh no, I didn't mean it.
You stay there until I give you other orders.
Can that glider you have in Uric not do anything?
He can't reach anything.
Its reaches.
Well, he might be able to reach that one. Didn't even see that one.
Why do you keep pointing things out to him?
I see
What?
it.
Why? You're warring with him.
Well, I shot him down anyway, so it's fine.
Okay.
My destroyer got a good percentage on
It just
the,
keeps happening. Like I thought we were temporarily aligned for until such purposes as that goes away.
It's like, well, you know, this war's complicated, okay? And I don't know who's 100% my friend, even though I am currently shooting the Veterans. I'm not 100% sure. I made my position very. I made my position very clear at the beginning of the war. Where I was like, I'm not sure of my actions.
I mean, things can be redirected.
The Czech military in Prague has grown considerably since this war began, by the way.
They're brothers of the faith.
They didn't make it! Ah!
Go away.
Oh, no, I lost it.
I've lost 2 submarines so far. On my next turn, that's when most of the lads are going to start landing. I'll probably have 3 or 4 infantry units that'll land in the next turn. From leaving my shore to getting to his, it's like 4 or 5 turns, so...
That's like many turns.
It is, when the war
Where
is...
if you need to do something, it's like, oh, that's 4 turns away.
I've
Help
told
is
you-
help is 4 turns
Yeah,
away.
Like, distance is an enemy for me here. That's why I'm just sending a lot. So that if someone dies, it's like, well, I got more.
For now.
Now your attention's definitely gonna start getting divided because now you fully have 2 fronts. Now. It's not just little skirmishes over here on the west. It's gonna be a full-on front.
Get over there. Railroads. Go away!
I imagine just like flattening that fucking mountain with all the artillery firing at it.
We don't want any, go away! I feel that was a good investment.
It's like you make use of Big Ben while you have it.
Another section. Other 2 things here. I guess the artillery.
I will say another benefit that he has is his land ships are very fucking veteranized from multiple wars.
They're the boys.
My airships are very well veteranized, so if you send those to the desert front, I'll fucking destroy the shit out of them.
We're gonna city hop. That's what we're gonna do. Will they be intercepted by these guys if I attack them?
I don't know. When you hover over the attack, it usually says.
Yeah, interception.
I don't know if it just says that all the time, or if hover over the land ships units he has on the left there with that and see if it's on there. Yeah, I think it always says that because those are definitely far enough away. Oh, but you can see there if you were to attack those land units how it says you will die.
Yeah, that would be bad. We'll try it. Oh yeah. You didn't die. Good job. I like it when you don't die.
Like they're out of range of the destroyer intercepting. So it seems to be about 2 tiles. I'm sure it probably says that in the Civipedia.
All right,
I'm
and
gonna
I
forget
think
about. I'm gonna forget about that submarine next week.
that's what I'm hoping.
And that's exactly what's gonna fucking happen.
I'm fine with it.
I'm
All
sure.
right. And that is our 4-hour mark. War has begun.
It really, really began.
It's really
We went a month of nothing. There's like a full month that just like build up.
It was a build up to this.
I know.
There might be like the next 3 to 5 sessions might just be continuous war.
Oh,
It
fuck
could.
That's
me.
that might be what this is now. I was saying this whole time that once it started, that Pandora's box is going to
I'm
happen.
aware.
I said that's what would
He
happen.
kept slapping the water, so I had to slap back really hard.
You didn't have to.
I know I did.
I was just testing
The
waters.
path to victory lies through war.
I mean, that's a
If
real
one wants
pessimistic way of
peace-
looking at it, but I mean, if that's what you want.
If
There was not a win through not war.
if one wants peace, prepare for war.
Yes.
Actually,
It had to happen this way.
I think we're actually going to switch.
And even this way is just guaranteeing more war in the future.
Yep. It's like even if we win, accomplishing all the goals we want, that means that Jordan and I are going to have a part 2 to the war.
It'll be like, oh, we had the Great War. It's like, oh, but World War
And then
II's on the
Vedria gets to
way.
pick which one of his abusers he would like to side with over the other at that point. As Vedria has like no chance of victory at that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, which side would you like to support?
I guess if I have to pick.
I think you know the correct answer.
I don't know what that is.
Now let me continue shelling your cities.
I was about to say I don't even know who that would be referring.
It could be either. There's clearly no correct answer.
We always end on my turn.
We do.
Because I want to do my turn.
Yes.
Any executive actions is way in there.
It's my computer. Fuck you.
Like, well, I'm in your computer.
No, go away. Go
I'm in
away.
it right now. I could click on all this stuff,
All
revealing
that
all
stuff.
your information to everybody.
You can't look at my titties folder anymore.
Let's
I'll
Zoom
do it.
call your mother.
No, please.
Let's go to that browser history.
I'm naked below the chest. Don't do it.
Oh.
And we'll throw up that if it'll work. Hotkeys, please. Fine. I guess we'll do it this way. There. Now we're on the ending screen. Oh,
I hope
my
someone
goddamn
looked
tail.
at Twitch, by the way, because I didn't.
What?
At Twitch?
I said I hope.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hope
Yeah.
someone looked at Twitch to make sure we sounded all right, because I didn't do that.
I didn't listen to us for a single second.
I didn't do that this time.
I saw audio stuff going fine, so it's fine.
You've said that before.
It's fine. The guy who sang the Humpty Hump just died.
Like I've never fucked up the KOTOR audio. Just saying.
You will eventually.
I will blaze the trail.
Well, no, we super will be done next session, so I'll have completed a thing with no mistakes.
You're gonna post a video on the Witness when we do that, and all of our audio is going to be backwards for no reason. And we'll have to resolve the puzzles.
Speaking backwards Latin for some reason, it translated automatically.
That's what Jordan and I are planning on doing, by the way. In the future, we're going to play the Witness.
Once we finished up KOTOR, which I thought we were gonna do last time, but we could not get there.
Interesting.
But once we're done with that, that's what we're gonna do, and then I think after that we'll do KOTOR 2 probably.
Like, we're going to do the Witness, and it's going to be a bad time.
It is.
And I'll probably participate in the Knights of the Republic too, because I have very encyclopedic knowledge of that one.
Yay, we could use that. We did not have that last time.
We'll just come on over to YouTube, people.
Yeah. If you just go on over to Jordan's YouTube, you can definitely find all of our KOTOR videos. We put a lot of effort into those too.
A lot of energy went into the last session in particular. Stretching thinner and thinner. Morale wise, like we can do what we could finish.
We pushed hard. We went over the mark. We went 150%.
We went for 6 hours.
150%.
I've made the decision I make with every series I start watching. That is, I'm not going to watch it until it's done.
We're almost there.
That's fair.
Because I started watching it, I was like, oh, I hate fucking waiting for the new ones. I just want to binge
understand.
a bunch of them.
But the
So I was
algorithm,
like,
you
oh,
see.
I'm going away. gonna wait.
That is
until
true.
it's done.
The holy algorithm.
The almighty.
Well, I don't
algorithm.
watch things like other people because apparently everyone in the fucking world watches the first episode and the last episode of a series. Apparently,
I don't get it.
I don't either.
I don't get it.
It's like I watch an entire series from start to finish once it's all
Yes.
I feel like
same.
nothing even makes sense if you just watch the first and last episode. What's
there.
the point of that?
Statistically, that's by
That's
far.
what people do.
It's like if you look at a series and let's say episode 1 gets 150 views, the middle episodes will get, let's say, 30 views, and then the last episode will get like 100 views. It's like, so people watch the first episode and the last.
To be fair, you could actually start watching it now, and by the time you get anywhere, it'll already been finished because it will be finished next session.
Yeah.
Yes, it will. By God, it
We're,
will be finished.
we're literally on the last world, so
The last time I watched was when you were still a nothing. You were
Yeah.
still a nothing and nobody, and you still didn't fully know all the game's mechanics.
We very well are.
I think you
something
hadn't.
now.
I think you were just about to do the swoop race when I was last.
oh,
watching. Yeah, like I
Ah.
said, it was a long time ago. When I made the decision, I was like, I'm just gonna wait.
We were still on Terrace.
like well, you would definitely be finished by the time if you just started watching it.
Yeah.
It's like you say that it's like I'm just still on Terrace, but that's like episode 3 or 4.
I think we got to episode 30.
That
I
sounds
think
about
that's-
right.
I think that's where we're at now, and so I would expect it'll be done by like 32 or maybe 33, perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't think the second game is as long. Because they ran out of time and had to cut a bunch of stuff.
Mhm.
But as I said, made by Obsidian, so it does have a lot more weirdness.
Yeah.
The companions I feel are more important in the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the
Some of
first
them
one,
didn't feel particularly important in this one.
in the second one, the companions are real weird, as I said, from the makers of Fallout. So they got that energy going for them. There's a couple of companions that are real fun in the second game. You have a master, a person you take as your teach me master, and she's a blind seer, and she says things that don't make sense, and then you really think about them, it's like, oh, they do make sense. Imagine if Yoda was abusive. Or like says something really fucking wise, and when you don't get it, it's like, you stupid fucking fool. And you like the conversation
Wow.
it's like, you lost reputation with Cray. It's like, I'm sorry. Like, she'll ask you a multiple choice answer, and all the answers you have available all sound the same, but one of them is correct. And it's like, you have to really. She really, like, if you want to know how the Force actually works, it's like you need to listen to Krea's quotes, because she explains how it works. And if you don't know, she abuses you.
Interesting.
She's like, you do not listen. She snaps. She's got a thick English accent, like a high posh English accent, and she's a blind seer. And whenever you get something wrong, she like snaps at you like a stupid child. She's like, you're not listening, and it's like, I'm trying.
I'm trying so hard, Master Kreia.
It's like, well, I plan on getting that once we're done with the witness. That's the plan.
I really like Kreia, and HK-47 makes a comeback in the second game as well.
Yay.
He's in that one as well.
But I'm hungry, for I have not eaten in roughly like 8 hours.
In 3 days.
I have a really bad habit where I eat like once a day and just forget to eat again.
I tend to only eat once a day.
My
And I know
problem
it's
is that
unhealthy, but I do it anyway.
yeah, I'll eat like a half meal and tell myself I'll eat something better later, and then I just don't.
I just eat big dinners. That's all I do.
I don't even eat dinner sometimes. I like to eat, don't get me wrong. I just don't think about it.
I love breakfast food, but fuck breakfast.
Yes.
Breakfast always makes me feel weird. It
I
messes my stomach.
I love the food, but I never have any interest in actually eating breakfast.
Yeah, when I eat food in the morning, it always messes with my stomach.
That's how I.
But like
that's
the
how I
food
eat
that is
for lunch.
generically like breakfast food, love it.
Pancake.
Anything,
I want pancakes all
Eggs.
the time.
anything with eggs will always be great.
Eggs.
Eggs, eggs,
Hash
eggs.
browns.
Oh yes. I'm gonna make some tater
Fresh
tots.
fruit.
I'm gonna go make some tater tots, and I got
Just
a
make a
bunch.
big plate of tater tots.
I might just
Tater
make a
tots, Sprinkle
tray.
some cheese on it.
Haley will probably be home in like an hour and a half or so, so I might just make a big old tray.
tater tot casserole, and then you can really get the Midwest going to
My mother
California.
owes me a
Right.
tater tot casserole. She said she'd make some for me on my birthday, and that was back then. I keep reminding her. I was like, "You owe me a tater tot casserole. You owe me a tater tot casserole and a cheesecake because you said you would get me those."
I've also got a dog who is now begging me to go take a shit, so I gotta go now.
Okay. Goodbye.
Ring that fucking bell, everybody, and bye. Bye.
Retweet the bell.
Retweet that bell. Subscribe.